kinda tired. Not gonna lie, I might have played too much Uma Musume yesterday. Oh. And yeah, Fermi, the crawler is great, isn't it? I've not picked it up myself yet, because I don't really think I'll need it. Especially since it's rather big. What a surprise! Oh, I might go to bed early today, just to be like, alright. Maybe don't go to bed at 7 AM. Maybe try to go to bed at 4 AM again. I do love that my sleep cycle's broken again. Keeps just on spinning. Also, I'm kinda out of caffeine, which makes this a little bit more annoying. Which also means that after stream today, I should probably order myself in some caffeine crates again. Let's hope that this time around they will be delivering a little bit earlier. It took them like a week last time because of the gas prices are actually affecting them. And they kind of told me yeah, we kind of want to deliver this as early as possible, but the delivery guy that brings us the product, he himself only sends out full shipments and no longer partial shipments anymore. So we kind of had to wait until the entire region over here had a full shipment coming in. And he was like, alright, fair. Kiss you up. I wanted to do it yesterday. I was a little bit late today. I hope I was still in time. But apparently things kind of managed to even out. Mr. Washington, hello there. Welcome. Nah, yesterday I just completely signed off of everything again as always. I was just like, please, just want to enjoy some gaming today. I'll be back tomorrow. Alright, it's a national holiday today as well, which means that, well, it's basically a day off today. So I made 0 plans. Alright. On the YouTube side, there we go. There's some people over there as well. Hello there, YouTube people. Hello there, Twitch people. Shall we get going? Let's get going. Good evening, Twitch, and welcome back to Factorio. Let's just walk right in. Also, I just had lunch, and sorry about that. Checked in after 5 PM today. Nice. I think I posted that at 4:30. When did I post that? Wait a minute. Schedule at 4:10. Just in time. Alright. We finally got some bots going for us. And I should have probably let the game run a little bit before the stream. It means to get paid time. Wait, to get paid time and a half or double light. It kind of depends. In Germany, if you have to work or if you must work on a national holiday, which usually applies to people that do taxi work, bus work, pizza delivery guys, stuff like that. Those people have to work. You get paid extra because you have to work and you're not off. And depending on which day it is, you get paid extra. And I think on a Sunday, if you have to work on a Sunday, you get 50% more. And if you pay, if you have to work on a national holiday, it's I think 2 times more. But those bonuses stack as well, by the way. So if a national holiday falls on a Sunday and you work on a Sunday, you get paid 2.5 times more. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's one national holiday in Germany that actually even pays extra, which I think is May 1st. I might be wrong about that. It's been a while since I kind of thought about stuff like that, because to be perfectly honest, once you start working IT, you no longer work on Saturdays and Sundays. But I think since May 1st is the day of labor, or Labor Day, if you actually have to work over there, you actually get paid even more. And there's some other cool kinds of other things that you can get on top. I mean, for example, a common pattern here in Germany, and I'm not quite sure if this pattern is the same in other places, but if you do something what you could call, what is it called? Schichtarbeit. What is that? What's it perfectly translated into English? Basically, shift work. Yeah, shift work is probably the correct work. If you have some kind of shift work contract, you usually have like one shift that is the early shift, or like 1 week where you work the early shift. The week after that, you work the late shift, and the week after that, you work the night shift. But because the night shift technically pays also double because of regulations and such, instead of paying double, you get like the 4th week just off. One thing was wrong, Bolt? Of course something was wrong. Please tell me. Bonus is not cumulative? Is it not? I thought for sure they were cumulative. Maybe it changed because... let's put it like this. The last time I was confronted with this topic was when I was working as a pizza delivery guy. And that's a whole fucking while ago. If it's a holiday on a Sunday, you get the holiday bonus. Okay. Maybe I was wrong about that then. Who knows? Also, I'm just punching a tree over here because I kind of just want to do something. Good. Alright. Research is dead. Why is research dead? Well, not because of red circuits, not because of green circuits, but also because of lack of steel. Where did all our steel go? Stahl. Stahl? The steel. It's gone. Well, mostly because we kind of plundered everything over there, and nothing is going on the belt anymore. The only bonus is cumulative is cumulative is holiday, Sunday, whatever, plus night shift of 25%. Ah, there we go. Alright, I knew there was something cumulative in there. Yeah, and I think there's some other bonuses that might also be cumulative, like clean room bonus is also a thing if you have to work in the clean room and stuff like that. But yeah, that really depends on what kind of work contract you have. Alright. So, one thing I do know is that we are going to need more power sooner than later. Mikhail, hello there. Welcome. Not that we're already maxing out on our power. I think we still got like at least a little bit more in there. But that limit we will be reaching very soon. And we also do need to do something more with our Tiberium over there. And I think we kind of wanted to make some liquid Tiberium, and then we just kind of forgot about that. So how about we just start making ourselves some liquid Tiberium? An important exception where people get confused becomes permanent repetition. If an employer pays a bonus for 3 consecutive years without reservation, then it becomes a legal entitlement. Betriebliche Übung. Oh, really? All right. It's likely depending on whether or not your employer pays a minimum bonus or allowed by law strategies. Yeah, I mean, that's also a thing which you have to differ quite a bit in like German laws and any other kinds of laws, because here in Germany, employment laws are very strict. Very strict. In America, you would probably just get like, here, oh, you're working overtime, here, have a donut. That's your compensation. Go fuck yourself. Oh man. Alright. We want to make some liquid Tiberium processing. ATF Dave, hello there. Welcome. For that, we will need some of this magical stuff over there. Oh, I have no pipe on me? I have pipe on me. That's copper pipe. Wait a minute. Ah! Why is Tiberium everywhere? What the fuck? What happened? Okay, I guess we cannot pick up pipes with Tiberium in them. Oh, that kind of sucks. We have to clean this up right away. Get the drills out. Here, put it in the chest. Hourly pay and... wait, I'm still dying over here. 1 moment, please. I have no power pulse on me. I'm still dying. Panic! Panic sets in! Can I make a power pull real quick? No. I need some power over here. Stat. To fire up this miner. We don't need this right now, right? I'll be fine. There we go. It's not a lot of Tiberium on the ground, but it's probably enough to cause an issue if we don't take care of it like ASAP. Alright, we learned something new. I'm surprised. Okay. A little bit flustered. Creso, We don't really have a mod command. I should still... Fuck, every time. I need to put it on the to-do list or anything like that. But we're playing mostly with Angels and Bobs, and we got a whole bunch of other stuff installed over here. Like everything Angel Bob related. We got the Command and Conquer Tiberium mod in there. We got some weird drill mods in there. We got Rampant, or at least part of Rampant in there. The core Rampant mod we have uninstalled. Voidcraft is in there for whatever reason. We got a whole bunch of weird combat mods on top of that. Like all kinds of weird weapons. There is... a whole bunch of enemy mods in there as well. It's a big mix of things. No real quality of life mods, because to be perfectly honest, Factorio 2.0 has enough quality of life. And also we got that weird girlfriend mod installed, and she's kind of out there. So I've got no clue where she is. She kind of left us. Is there a mod list anywhere? The only thing I can give you is the save file, which you can use to sync for yourself. And I think this is the latest one. I might be wrong about this one. Let me just scroll real quick. Also, something's being eaten. Don't worry about that. Here, try this one. Alright, what's being eaten? Yeah, that's a bit troublesome. Do you get replacements over here? Not really. Did we not just fix that wall like the other day, like at the end of the last stream? Alright, either way, that seems to work. That seems to work. Let's hope there's no extra Tiberium left over there. And we'll just put that into a chest real quick. Alright, so we have to be a little bit careful with our liquid Tiberium setup. The moment we pick up the pipe, it'll spill Tiberium everywhere. So, that's a thing. Yay! How much steam do you need? You need 50 steam, you make 40 steam, that'll be fine. At least we don't have to worry about that for water over there. Are these all steel pipes over here? Here we go. And then we would still need some more power over there. That is fine. There we go. Do this, do that. And we'll figure this out later then. Actually, is that the perfect water loop over there? The answer is... no. He chooses mystery mods. Pretty much. Alright, let's maybe focus on that southern wall real quick, and just bring some things over there to improve that. Don't we already have, like, better turrets and stuff like that? Don't we already have the Sniper Turret Mark II over there? We could make some Sniper Turrets Mark II. They require Cobalt Steel, and Invar, which we do have available. We also have the Tier 3 gun turrets over there, which require brass and steel, which we also have available. There's also the option to make laser turrets over here, at least the Mark 1 laser turrets, but the Mark 2 laser turrets are already significantly better, but they do require polished sapphires. We will probably have to start setting up some kind of gem making facility today. Because the geodes we're producing over here are kind of backing up. They're not backing up just about yet, but they're about to back up, and... yeah, we don't have enough power for that, for the machine as well. That's very true. I'm kind of coming back over here to pick up some power pulls. And also to just fix that southern wall real quick. Our car is over there. Perfect. I'm pretty sure we're making power pulls in here already. There they are. Oh, look at that. That's a good amount of power pulls. Which also kind of means we can start doing the following finally. Hey you, can you start bringing me power pulls when I'm over here? Like, I want to have at least 200 of these at any given point in time. How about you also start bringing us the big boys, if possible. There we go. What else do we need while we're in here? We could start asking for belts, but I would rather ask for some utilities. Belt is still a bit of a weird commodity. But bring me like some pipe while I'm here, and bring me some pipe to underground while I'm here. Bum, 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 bum. Just so that we always have something to build with. Roboport's also around. Chests are also around. That'll be fine for now. We'll pick up the rest if we need to. Wait a minute. I got an answer for you. 2 in a row. Alright, I'll fix the bot after the stream. I should really fix that bot. Or maybe even upgrade the bot. I should probably upgrade the bot. Because it's been a while, and there's probably a whole bunch of updates I'm not really aware of, and maybe just have a little bit of a gander in what's available. Alright, alright. But that is good. Also, can we do something else in here? Yeah, let's get a get group and a get fuck group of things that we don't want. I could just put the slider on into like trash everything that how do you call it? Trash everything that I don't have requested, but we're not at the point yet. That will come later. Instead, we can just do this. There we go. That'll work. And we just start putting in stuff over here of stuff that I don't want for now. And then at some point in time, this list over here will be deleted, and then we just activate trash unrequested, and then it will be automatically handled. But for now, everything I really do not want to have in my pocket will just go into this list, and everything I do want to have in my pocket goes to the other list. There we go. Like ingots, for example. We don't need ingots where we're going. These fucking turrets. Nah, get them out of there. Pum. Science packs, for example. We also don't need those. Boop. This will be a very, very loosey-goosey list, but at least this way around, we can just keep things going for a bit. The steel ball bearings, we technically no longer need them either, because we're now automating them. So, off they go. Everything else should be fine. Alright, which just kind of remind me that we probably do want to be ordering steel ball bearings over here, but maybe not from over there. Actually, why are we even exporting these? Wait a minute. This makes zero sense. Put you in here. Put you in here. Delete this. Do order in steel ball bearings, because it could always be the case that for whatever reason we just kind of randomly have them in our inventory. But just do it like this, man. There we go. Much better. Alright. That's all fine over there. We're also getting some new power plant parts over there, which is all looking very good. We already got 28 of these heat exchangers over there. But yeah, those are actually the good heat exchangers. How many of these do we have? Wow. 23? It's getting together. Alright, keep on making that. In the meantime, we're gonna fix that wall and just gonna bring some new supplies to the southern part. For that, we're gonna need ourselves some ammo. Always bring some ammo when we go over there. And, okay, maybe not that much. And bring some more wall pieces over there. That'll be fine. We could technically also bring some construction bots over there. Speaking of, hey, while we're here, I think we don't even put those into storage yet. No, we don't. Also, this production over here has kind of stopped because you're also lacking steel over there, which kind of tells me that we will probably want to set up a better steel smelter sooner than later. You're using this Tiberium ammo? We could take a look at that as well soon. Also have to get down there somehow when I'm at. This way, that way, through here. Oop, corner. Alright, that's a right every way. I was like, now it's just straight on. Nope. Red ammo plus raw Tiberium is very easy. I should take a look at it then. The place we're looking for is all the way over there. Alright. Yeah, Sniper Turrets Mark II. How much better, or Mark III in this case? Mark II or Mark II, what are they called? Mark II. How much better are they? They got the same damage bonus, the same ammo consumption modifier, the same shooting speed. They got more range. That's a bit sad, isn't it? I mean, not even a better... Oh, wait, no. I'm talking bullshit. They do have a better damage bonus. Never mind. Finnan, hello there. Welcome. Alright, and then let's bring you some walls over here. You compare Mark II with Mark II? I was. Also, why am I hearing a worm all the way? Ah. Somebody's kind of pissed. Somebody built a nest right over there. Am I comparing Mark II with Mark II? I mean, Mark II is over there, Mark 1 is over there. This is Mark 1 and Mark II. Alright, alright. Anything we can do about that over there? Nah, I think we're fine over here. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We need some kind of artillery. Any kind of artillery will do. Have I had a good holiday? Well, I can't really appreciate the holiday where being out of a job and stuff like that, because usually when there's a national holiday going on, you're going to be like, fuck yes, I don't need to work today. But today it was kind of like, oh, it's like every other day. There we go, there we go. Alright, so we need to make more steel, we need to make more power. I think we can prioritize the production of steel like a little bit earlier. Which also kind of reminds me, it might be a very good idea to start automating over here the parts that we need to make additional smelters and stuff like that. So how about we start all the way over there? We start with the sorting machines. Do we need to start sorting machines? No, let's start over here with things like the ore processor. The ore processor Mark III. Then we're gonna skip to, because that's where the other ore processors will be. We're gonna have the pellet press Mark II. There's 4 pellet presses. Alright. The pellet press is definitely a significant upgrade. You know what? Let's not do it like this. This feels kind of stupid. We're gonna need the powder mixer. The powder mixer Mark II we can already do. Absolutely. We cannot do the powder mixer Mark II. I kind of like this update, that you can already put stuff in there with recipes, even though you don't have them available yet, so they get that locked state. But we can go all the way up to Mark III over there, and we can go all the way up to Mark III over there as well. Good. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. I'm just gonna load the save file. I'm not dealing with that. Oh, why does it keep happening? Oh. I think we need to fix the wall again, but I'm just gonna be like, no. No. It should not auto-connect like that. Yet, it does. And whenever it does, everything just goes to shit. There was also too many power poles going up. If it was maybe like 1 or 2 power poles, I would be like, fine, I'll fix those. That was too many. That was too fucking many. Alright, here we go again. Good morning, everybody. It's like getting zapped. And you're going to be like, alright, I'm awake now. What do we do? Bum, 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 bum. You over there. You over there. I accept the time loss, because this is going to be like, no. We're going to lose way more time trying to figure out which one of these fucking power poles just exploded. There we go. Let's add a bigger grid to it. We're also going to need some more robots soon. Wait, what do we do? Try to avoid being zapped, pretty much. Yeah, I do like the power pole mod. I think it's fun. But at the same time, it's sometimes randomly connecting to these power poles, even though it shouldn't. Like, if I place you down. Really? I accept that. That I do accept. Wow, that's a little bit more than only 3 entities, mate. That's a lot more than... Okay, you know what? Fuck it again. We're getting fucking zapped again. Okay, we need to split this power grid over here. I wasn't aware that we're that close to maximum power. Which... I guess we're not. But if all the roll ports over here... Oh, I just came to a sudden realization that will probably kind of fuck us over. In the event of a brownout, or any kind of situation where the base fully powers down, booting this boy up will probably zap all power poles at once, because the amount of power draw we will get in an instant will probably overload absolutely everything. Which means we need to do more due diligence over here into splitting these power networks. It's gonna be... Okay, we need to work on power then. Today is gonna be working on power all day. we're building a catastrophe over here, which at least we got the safety over here, that we can just save and load this whenever we need to. But in real life, we would be super fucked. Like, not only super fucked, ultra fucked. Which means we need to add more splits to our network, which is fine. So let's start this and pull this up from another angle. We're gonna start off over here by automating these things over there. All of them. Everything power related we're gonna need. Signal buoys, we don't really care much about those. Pum pum pum, pum pum pum. Substation fuse. Yeah, the fuses are the things you probably want to install to make it so that you don't lose random power poles, but planned power poles. But instead, we're gonna do the following. So we already got some of this going over there. That'll be fine. We're gonna start ordering in these, not these fuses, these switches over there. So I always have some of these on me. Where the fuck are they? There they are. Yeah, bring me some of these. Bring me some of those. And bring me some of these. Good. We should already have some of them. I will probably also put these on my hotbar because I think we're gonna need these quite often. Actually, let's do it like this. Yeah, put you over the... Get all of this out of there. Flip you around. This seems to be a common thing we're doing. I think it's worth putting this in the hotbar. Alright, and then we got some power already available over here. So, how about we split you off from over there. That's the input, right? That is the input. We're gonna place a power pole. I'm gonna have to put down a safety safe. I can't trust this anymore. It was safe. Good. And then we're gonna cut this off, which we need. We're gonna... Motherfucker. Motherfucker. What? It's not even connected. What are you fucking talking about? This mod is some... Okay, yeah, let's play it super duper safe. What? What's different? How do we zap power poles all of a sudden? This makes zero sense. Good thing I put down the safety safe. Alright, what happens if a bot places this thing? Nope. Bot can't place that. Toggle automatic pole connections off. So it should not connect any poles. Yet. There it goes. Apparently it connected something for a flash of an instant. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this. Oh. Yeah, it auto-connects and disconnects right after. That's very true, but I can't work like this. Especially... Okay, can we maybe... put you over there. Disconnect you. Does something like this work? Everything gets killed. Oh, motherfucker. What the hell? That's like working on the live wire over here. Ah, do I maybe need these fuses then? It worked the first... You know what I found the weird thing about it? It worked the first time around. We just like placed one of these. and nothing went pop, but apparently, no. Alright, let's pull this in reverse then. Let's move you over a bit more. There we go. Let's build it in reverse then. What the motherfucking effing fuck? I rarely swear on this, but what the hell? It's like coding. You do something and suddenly everything explodes, so you're gonna be like, why? And then the game is gonna be like, I will not tell you. This is gonna pop it open again, isn't it? Yep. I hate this. I fucking hate this. I can't make a connection. Especially, okay, what we could do, we can place you over there. We can place you over there. You are now nowhere close to anything over there. And now we put in you. Now it fucking works. Alright, we just have to change our modus operandi for this. And make it so that we don't make accidental connections. See? Easy. Only took us like 10 tries. Like, for example, this connector over there, we don't need. That's the second issue that we're going to be having. Let's start ordering in those. That everything that's on its own grid will be prone to flickering, which is fine. But we will need some kind of compensation in terms of accumulators. There they are. We want to have the fast accumulators. Yeah, can I order in like 50 fast accumulators at any given point in time? We used to make them somewhere. And then we kind of stopped making them. Weren't they all the way over here somewhere? Yeah, but you're kind of empty because you're out of green circuits. The good thing is, we can immediately tell if something is on its own grid or not by just doing something like this. So that's kind of decent. What the hell are you? Electromagnetic item cannon. Ooh. Did you miss where we got the requested chest? Yeah, you missed like last stream Thursday, apparently. Give me those. We require accumulators. You're ordering in everything but the batteries. Did we not put batteries on the track? Ah, we did. Batteries require steel. Well, fuck. Can we steal some batteries? The answer to that is no. Can we steal some steel? Oh, we really fucked us over in the steel department over here. The main reason why we're kind of fucked over in the steel department, steel avoid, the main reason why we're kind of not really getting a lot of steel over here is because all of the steel over here is currently going into chests, especially what's coming out of these two over there. So how about we stop this and start sending out this steel over there onto the belt, and then it will naturally divert itself over to whoever needs steel, but it's not going to be a lot of steel. So let's maybe, yeah, how much are you making at maximum? You're making, every ingot of steel turns into 20. We're making 2. So we could at most operate 2 of these. Yeah, that's the problem. We kind of went a little bit gun-ho with this system over there, but at most we're making like 2 steel over here. What we could do is upgrade these 2 into some blue smelters. And then we're gonna need another one of these. For that we need some concrete bricks. Wally, hello there. Ah, I need more caffeine. I need better caffeine. The Mio Mio is not doing it. All right, all right. Making more steel. That's not my power pulse exploding, but it kind of reminds me that we have still not fixed the wall down south. So we need to do that ASAP as well. Because of time paradox shenanigans. Actually, I kind of remember something over here. Yeah, this used to be red, because that's how fast we could feed you, but you're now not fast enough anymore. Which means... Can we make one more of these? Yes, we can. Do I have a yellow underground on me? No, I don't. Can I make a yellow underground? No, I cannot. I need some tin for that. Alright, alright. Because you need to be fed the processed iron a little bit faster. Really? There's no power over there? There's also no power over there. What the hell? Alright, random power pole over there. You over there, you over there. In you go, off you flow. Good. You should not be making over there 12 ingots per second. You over there, you make 3 ingots per second, so we can make about 30 molten steel per second over there. No, we do more than that. Wait a minute. 60 molten steel per second. Which means we can operate 3 of these. Which means you over there, we're gonna stop. Makes no more sense. You over there, we're gonna stop. Makes no more sense. We're gonna get rid of this pipe. Here we go. Because one of them will then go over here permanently into the passive provider, whereas the other one over there is going to fill up the belt. And then we're going to do something else over here as well. Where is... I have no underground whatsoever available. We can probably do this with you. Yeah, let's rotate you away. We can read the belt. Yeah, just read the belt. You over there, you over there. Read this entire belt. Hold the entire belt, which goes all the way up over there. If this belt is backing up, steel. Here it is. That's not really steel plate, is it? That is steel plate. If steel plate is, how many items will this be? 8. Well, how many of these do we have? 11. So that will be 88 at maximum. So if you go over like 70. If there's more than 70 iron plates on this belt, you're gonna be enabled. Here we go. Here we go. More than, not less than, more than. Idiots. You're building a new PC and want to go with a 1 terabyte Gen 4 NVMe drive or a 2 terabyte Gen 3 drive? How much is the speed difference? And also, do you have enough PCI lanes available on your mainboard to support that? Check with your mainboard first, I would say. If your mainboard can't even support full-blown Gen 4 NVMe, then maybe the 2 terabytes will be fine. But personally, I think I would rather go over size than speed at the moment, because NVMEs are already freaking fast. And the amount of data I/O you need on an NVMe these days is not really that important anymore. At least I never really was limited by it. There's another steel spot over there. Yeah, it's plenty fast. I agree with that. I don't think you need all that speed. I think going for a little bit less speed and for a significant size increase, I think I will wait it out. Is Gen 5 capable with AMD? Oh yeah, then it's probably going to be fine. If you go for more speed, you may also need a heatsink. True. I mean, most modern mainboards these days come with heatsinks for that. But if you're price constrained and you don't really care too much about speed, I think I would just go for the what you would call it for the larger size. There we go. Now the flickering should stop over here. Good. Alright, alright, alright. We're gonna split apart even more stuff, and I'm gonna bitch complain about it even more. Alright, let's make this into its own block as well. We do have the capability over here to put down one of these right over there. And you over there. That'll be fine, and then we just cut this connection. You do need some... Where did we get the high capacitors from? Well, it'll be fine. I also don't really think we got any from over there, right? We made 2. Alright, maybe we did get some from over there. Fair enough. Good. That should not be its own little block over there. 10. Splitting apart blocks. Yeah, this is the one part where I would like to have some better overlay, to be perfectly honest. I would love to see like a color-based overlay based upon grids. So that we could identify these grids over here like a little bit faster, because it's kind of hard to distinguish these grids from each other. Especially since everything basically just turns into this amorphous blue blob over time. You got the drives already? Last autumn you're setting up a Raspberry Pi 5 and got a pair of 2 terabyte Gen 3 drives. A pair? Yeah, run those. There'll be lots of space for lots of time. Alright, I think it might be enough splitting. The one thing we need to be most careful about are these rumble ports, because these rumble ports over here eat the most power. And you now being your own little network over there will probably already be more than enough. Alright, let's reset up that one automation again, because why not? Which is going to be this automation for the ore processing, especially the pellet press. The pellet press is going to be magnificent for us. With you over there, you over there, and you over there. We don't have you yet, so we skip you for a second. Yeah, makes sense. And then let's also put in the smelting blocks. All the way up to tier 3. The strand casting blocks. I think we can make these in tier 3 as well. No, maybe not, but it'll be fine. It will be in there for now. The ore processing blocks. Crusher. Crusher. Let's build these in reverse real quick. That kind of reminds me of something. We're gonna need some roboports over here. And that was the whole reason we started this endeavor over here, with us kinda going like, wait, we need to fix this. There will be not enough space for this over there, but how about we start over there? Because last time around we got the biggest power spike, we're putting these in there. Let's have a look at this again. Okay. Maybe we are kind of safe over here. They definitely want to draw way more power than we have available, because all those roboports are charging up right now. That's good. But we're also kind of limited in how much power can flow into the system. Huh. Is there some kind of way for us to actually limit the transformation of power going into here? I'm a little bit concerned though, how much power you're drawing over there though. Ah, that's why. Yeah, we're basically maxing out the power plant right now. And these are not even remotely charging at all. Some of them are. I'm pretty sure this draw over there will go away over time. These small passive provider chests are hopefully limited to a few checks. Everything in here is limited to 1 stack. Everything is being made over here to a limit by the machine itself. We're not really limiting the chests. We're limiting the machine. So the machine will only operate if we go under a certain amount of things. For some of these, we have raised the limit by hand. Some of these, we kept the limit. For example, for these power plant parts over there, we kind of raised the limit a little bit by hand. Because I'm pretty sure we're going to need more of them. Okay. Power, could you please come back together? Oh, I thought something exploded. Speaking of strand casting, there it goes. Alright, power got itself together again. Yeah, it's these roboports over here drawing a freaking metric fuck ton of power. Also, How did this happen? I'm not gonna move the roboports because it will just eat power up again. But there we go. That should do for a bit. Alright, but yeah, power is definitely going to be an issue. Alright, let's go back to the original task we gave us at the beginning and fix that wall downstairs again. One more time. But yeah, we have to be really careful how we handle power. Ow. I was looking at and ow, and I didn't notice what I was driving into. Alright, time to fix that wall over here. Again. Park it over there. I don't think we can really put down more firepower over here. It's not really a firepower. Well, it's a bit of a firepower issue. We could just extend this a bit more. Oh. Something is targeting, alright? There we go. I'm not quite sure what they were targeting. What were they targeting over there? Oh, this guy over there. Yeah, fire turrets and stuff like that will help us out significantly, but for that we need to rebuild a couple of parts first. And for fire turrets, we will also need like a good supply of any kind of combustible we can throw in there. But any kind of such automation will require more base materials, and that's currently the crux where we're at. We definitely kind of want to get our steel production up and running a little bit better. There's a whole slew of parts we need to work on. I mean, the biggest problem with fire turrets is that Angel's Petrochem, I mean, we're already doing like a little bit of oil processing right over there. The fuel oil we could use for that. But without backup of naphtha, yeah, we need to start thinking about how we can start using these oils over here better for ourselves. I wouldn't mind cracking naphtha into fuel oil if we can do so, because I think fuel oil might be a good usage for the walls, but we will also need some kind of other use for the fuel oil, else everything over here will come to a stall. We're still kind of decent over here for the butane, ethane, and methane stash, as well as the acid gas stash for there, so that'll be fine. Creation of flame fuel from tiberium. I'm not quite sure if dousing the outside with tiberium will be a good idea, especially after what we just saw happening to the tiberium fuel line that we made. And once it kind of popped, it kind of put tiberium out everywhere. I think we can use this kind of stuff over here, but starting from this point onwards, once this pipe over here breaks, bad things can happen. But maybe tiberium is a solution. Maybe we have to just look a little bit further and deeper into tiberium. Alright, but this over here is currently a little bit asleep. Why is that? For example, why will not make more of you? Because of lack of steel. A lack of oxygen. That's first. Suddenly black, everything quiet, power outage in the whole street? That is rare, especially in Germany. Unless somebody tried to do something stupid, which definitely can happen. Alright, where's that oxygen maker we are employing over there? It's right over there. Apparently, we require more oxygen. That is fine. Can we just make a duplication of you? And put you somewhere? And just gush more oxygen into the system? I mean, the last power outage I can remember, that was actually like in the city. was a whole while ago while I was sitting on... I was still in college, and I was just like playing a game on my laptop. And suddenly the power was out everywhere. And everything was dark except for my screen, because of course the laptop has like a power supply into it. And I was just a bit like, alright, this is kind of weird. I can make one of these. And then we're gonna need one of those. And then the oxygen pipe we're looking for is around here somewhere. There it is. Alright, what do we need for a chemical plant? Chemical plant requires, hey, some steel. I know where we can get some steel. Give me that. That was enough. A weird story, you read about the widow accident during Easter. A tree fell on the mother of 2 kids. Not badly how it was, but there was something about windy weather too. There's a way weirder story in Germany right now about Easter. 2 dudes were out there hunting Easter eggs, and they kind of found some polonium. And everybody's like, what? What do you mean 2 dudes found some polonium? Yep, apparently they found some random bits of polonium while just going out there looking for Easter eggs. And I got so many questions. I got so many questions. And how the fuck did they end up finding polonium while looking for Easter eggs? And not any kind of polonium, the bad kind of polonium. The polonium you use for assassinations and stuff like that. And apparently, it's legit. It's still very weird. Maybe it's just one of those summer stories that show up every now and then. Yeah, polonium is super dangerous, absolutely. But I find it even weirder that they just found a random bottle of polonium while going out there. And how to identify it. I mean, you find a way... apparently they found like a random chemical bottle, and they were like, huh, a chemical bottle. Then they just picked it up, looked at what was written on the bottle, and it was not like a handwritten note apparently or anything like that. It was a proper classification note. And it said polonium. And they were like, oh, fuck. But apparently there was no radioactivity around that thing, so there's a whole bunch of stuff to take into account. It will probably just be some kind of weird nothing story by tomorrow, because the people that will be analyzing it will be in tomorrow. Of course it's over Easter as well, because nobody works over Easter, so nobody can check it. Alright, is this now enough oxygen for the system over here to work? And what's the use is radioactive stuff or fire detector stuff, but much more medical. I can also use it for political assassinations. Alright, that seems like enough oxygen in there for now. Good. I'm a little bit surprised that... oh, you know why? This insert over there is not fast enough. What is that? That's a fast bulk inserter. The fast bulk inserter is not fast enough. Alright, how about you get the buddy inserter? I can't... okay, get one of these for now, I guess. Wait, is that coming in? That looks like... yep, there it is. Good, 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 good. That's all the steel coming in over there. Yeah, at least science is going again. What's being eaten? Is that you? We should probably also do something over there. What the fuck is being eaten? Oh, you're being eaten. Alright, that's fine. Alright, while we're still a little bit on wall duty, let's go to that northern wall real quick and fix that up as well. And that northern wall is not even that far away, it's just over here. Park it over there. Also, can we put down some more snapper turrets over here? Like one over there, one there, one over there. I don't think these will help us out too much because they're a little bit more on the back line of things. But you never know. Apparently the range might be enough. Also, my bots don't want to get in my inventory because of lack of inventory space, because of too many giblets. Alright, that's decent. You still got like 4 construction bots left in there. That's kind of decent. Here, have this. And who's taking care of ammo over there? That would be you. You get the ammo. Here we go. Lob those over there. It'll be fine. Good, 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 good. Alright, that'll save us over there for a second. The steel production, I think, is kind of fine. Ah, the advanced iron casting. That's actually... The casting itself is not that important, but the iron sheet coils over there with coolant over there could be interesting. Which brings us back to the idea that if we do want to use coolant for our iron casting, then we will, or add our steel casting or any kind of casting in that regards, then it will definitely be a great idea that we can use more of our oils the entire time. So let's have one more look over there at naphtha. What can we do with it? Used in. Can we crack it into fuel oil? We can turn it into diesel fuel units, but that is something else. Napalm, of course. We can always turn it into solid fuel. And that might be just a solution for that. Solid fuel. Is solid fuel something we can turn any liquid into? With the exception of the base mineral oil. But we can just, for now, instead of cracking it, we can just supply it with coke and turn it into solid fuel. Which I guess is a fair usage for that. Because that will keep this process over here going. We can splice off whatever we want over here of the fuel oil to turn that into napalm fuel for the walls. Because flamer turrets will definitely help us out tremendously over here. Actually, will it? I got some concerns over there because these are firebiters. They got a decent resistance. They don't really got a perfect resistance against fire. They got a decent one at least. I mean, they only got like a damage reduction of like 10. And then 70%. If we have a quick peek at the flamer turret. Flamers are way hotter than that, right? There they are. A flamer turret over there already does about 100 damage per second. Okay, now comes the big question. And it's been a while. Now we need to take a little bit into account our deep factorial lore. Which is applied first? Is damage resistance applied first and then damage reduction? Or is damage reduction applied first and then damage resistance? Because that makes a huge difference. If it's the latter, or if damage reduction is applied first and then resistance is applied, then damage threshold doesn't really matter too much, especially for those flame biters over there. Because at the end of the day, you'll take like 8 off, and then they still got like 65%, and we'll just burn through that. Because we would still do a decent amount of damage with fire alone. But if it's the other way around, if the resistance is applied first and then the damage threshold, then we're a little bit into in a small pickle over here. Because let's for example say we do like 100 damage per second and we take 70% off of that, we end up with 30. And then off that 30 we take off another 10, then we would be ending up with only 20. That would be lots less. Alright. But yeah, flamer turrets is not a perfect solution for most of these. Especially since I kind of have the feeling like, okay, these are electric biters. They actually, they take extra damage from fire. Nice. These are standard. No, these are splitter electric ones. This is a standard biter. Alright, cool. Yeah, these over there will die to fire. These over there will not die to fire. And then we got this entire Tiberium problem over here. And that Tiberium is reaching for the Pulmonium. I could... Uh-oh. Hey there! I missed you! Blop! Well, she showed up again. Google says Victoria damage resistance is calculated by applying that flat reduction terms first and then the percentage. Okay. But I don't trust Google for that. I mean, we can probably look it up in the wiki. Factorio wiki damage. Official Factorio wiki. If entities have health, they can die and be destroyed. Blah 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 blah. Damage is defined as the concept of doing attack. Blah blah blah. And the resistance will define how much damage it will take. The player's health is that and that. Piercing power of resistance. Resistance is... decrease or flat resistance. Decrease resistance decreases the damage by a specific number, yada yada yada, and then combined formulas. Let D denote the raw incoming damage of the applicable type, R denote the flat resistance value, and P the percentage one. Then, in a decimal form, and F note the final damage. If R plus 1 is less than D. That is the flat resistance. And D is... They put it in a very scientific notage over there. Then it's damage minus resistance times 1 minus the percentile resistance. Otherwise, it's the other way around. Alright. So damage minus the resistance multiplied. It's done both at the same time, mate. It's not one is first. Actually, no, damage threshold is applied first. Yeah. But it's done. It's technically done both at the same time. So we take off the threshold and then multiply it with the resistance. All right, fair enough. All right. So yeah, I guess we're gonna be bringing in some coal over here to start turning that into coke. I mean, that's actually a pretty decent idea. If we bring some coke over here, we can do the coke washing over there as well. We could do that with a Tiberium train. Bring in some Tiberium, do some coke washing over there, which is basically the same process we're already doing over there, and then make a sulfur station over there as well, so that we can start exporting sulfur from over there and start turning it also into sulfuric acid, because we can probably always use more and more of that either way. Or alternatively, we could start to super centralize that and start centralizing our oil. We got two options over there. I think I'll just go for option number one, which is easier. Just bring some Tiberium over here and then start working from over there. And then later on, we can start thinking about supersizing it. Also, and that's probably something we should do sooner than later. That's actually something we should do right now, because we're already spilling over there. Open up another level of storage over there for the Tiberium. And I think I kind of said that at the end of the stream last time, that we should do that first, and we didn't do that, so now we have to do that real quick. Well, so look who's coming running back. I guess she ran out of money, and now she's going to be like, please, senpai, I'll do anything for you. I'm going to be like, shut up. Is there a difference between the red and the blue ones? Yes, there is. Mostly a difference in energy. Oh, it's going all the way over here already. Yeah, some Tiberium right over there. The blue is just way more energetic, and it being more energetic will also mean that it will take more time and effort to get rid of it. Alright, that's step number one. Step number two is put down some more temporary storage. Hot. Kinda sucks a bit. Oh, we can fix that though. Did you say red and blue? I did say red and blue. Sorry about that. Blue and green. Pom. No, I definitely said red and blue because I was not paying attention. Scary. How about we do it like this? Okay, this time it kind of worked. there Tiberium over there? There is fucking Tiberium over there. Hey there, mate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, this is just a little experimental setup so that we can get the research done in our tab. This is not going to be anything we're going to be using. That said, it's going to stay there forever, because if we pick it up, then it's just going to leak. There is more Tiberium over there, isn't there? I can see you. Are these mods? Nah, this is vanilla gameplay. Well, what are you talking about? We're not playing modded. Are you sure? Are you sure this is modded? Nah. Pretty sure all of this is natural Factorio. There you go. You keep on doing this. Pom 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 pom. Is there still Tiberium over here? I don't think there is. Nothing shows up. Is it kind of new to the game? Okay, fair enough. Sorry about that. No, we're playing heavily modded. I mean, we got this weird girlfriend mod installed. I mean, if you would see that in vanilla Factorio, I would have questions. I would have so many questions. May you remove a pipe of liquid Tiberium with response Tiberium? Yes, but I removed some steam pipes over there, so it should have been fine. Pom 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 pom. We need a little bit more to do that liquid Tiberium over here, right? Or do we already got it? Tiberium. Oh, we already got it. Perfect. Yeah, this was the one we're kind of working on. Factorio Command & Conquer version 6.66666, something like that. Alright, we're gonna keep it like this over there, that'll be fine. You are now consuming more of this Tiberium over there, that is fine as well. But all in all, we need to do more with our Tiberium, because we are backing up absolutely everywhere with our Tiberium. Good, and the big plan was over here to make a big Tiberium-based power plant right over there. I think it will be fine. It will fuck off all these spiders over there and those spiders over there. I'm already kind of scratching off this Pomonium field over there because, to be perfectly honest, I don't think we got the time to get to it. So... and using power over there to contain this thing over there is also going to be fucking annoying. Speaking of, everything is going to be kind of annoying with this Tiberium mod because everything over there, especially this boy over there, what the hell? We still got this Pomonium field over there and that Pomonium field over there, which are way safer, though you are creeping up over there. It's kind of far away, but you are creeping up. But we definitely need more power where we want to go to. Now, there's a thing we can do with our Tiberium. And we can't really watch too far into the future. We already have the Tiberium Growth Accelerator over there. But I don't think that's something we want. There's blue Tiberium refining over there. Ah, there we go. With this we can make Tiberium explosives. And we can also make liquid Tiberium over there by using crude oil. That is, I guess, fine. But the biggest one is gonna be this process over here. This over here makes a metric fuck ton of coal out of liquid Tiberium processing. The problem is, once we set it up and once we start flooding it, we need to use it all, else we got those Tiberium spills we need to deal with. Sadly, we can't really do the Centrifuge Mark III yet, and this needs to be done in the Centrifuge Mark III, so we can't even do this yet. Ah, fuck. And the Command & Conquer mod for Factorio was pretty good. Finished it a couple of years ago and got a planet now for waiting to go to. The constant mining. Yeah. Look, I really do enjoy the Tiberium mod. The Tiberium mod is a lot of fun, actually. This over here is molten Tiberium with sulfuric acid and sludge. Pom 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 pom. There's Tiberium military over there, which does indeed eat quite a bit of green Tiberium, which I think might be fine. Crackalacken! Hello there! Alright, alright, alright. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of turning tiberium or molten tiberium over there into multi-phase oil. Turning the multi-phase oil into lubricant, fuel oil, and naphtha. The naphtha we will be turning into solid fuel. The solid fuel goes with the power. The fuel oil will also at some point in time go into naphtha. In case we back up. And then the base mineral oil we're going to be using for all kinds of products. If we do end up backing up on base mineral oil, we'll have to think of something, because the thing about turning or setting up your production to also use your, or to set up your power plant to also use your production is, the moment you back up, it kind of shuts down. And that's something I kind of want to not happen. But we can then turn all of that stuff into things like coolant. And coolant we can then use for our smelting purposes. The steam from the coolant we will probably not be using for any kind of power because it's not hot enough. How's it going? It's going decent. I kind of overslept quite a bit today because I played way too much Uma Musume last night. There's also this Tiberium node harvester. Rapidly harvest Tiberium ore directly from a Tiberium node can permanently remove the Tiberium node if it is depleted. Ooh. With this we can color our field a little bit. Alright, alright, alright. Alright. But yes, the plan is going to be to set up some kind of Tiberium-based power over here. So let's make some space first. There we go, there we go. Now let's set off our pocket bots and let's start planning this thing out. So, what do we need for that? We'll need multiple things. We're not going to be doing this Tiberium Centrifuge Number 3 yet. It would be better, but we're going to stick with you over there. You're going to be making over there coal. Then, how do we turn this stuff over there into... There we go. That's done in the chemical plant. Alright, chemical plants we don't need. You over there, you start making over there molten tiberium into this stuff. You over there, you require tiberium slurry. You require molten tiberium. Molten tiberium over there is done in an oil refinery. Is there another way of doing that? There's also tiberium waste recycling over there, which is more molten tiberium. Alright, it's all done in more chemical plants. This over there is done in an oil refinery. There we go. Can we make the better oil refinery yet? We could, and maybe we should. I don't know yet. So, you over there, you start processing... Oh, wait, we're getting multi-layer oil out of this, right? Yes, we do. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. That is multi-phase oil. There's a whole chain behind that one as well. But this over there takes slurry and water and turns that into tiberium and tiberium sludge. The sludge over there we can recycle over there with this process, where we take molten tiberium, we combine it up with our sludge, and we get just more molten tiberium out of that. We also filled it with food coma today. I just had like a big lunch just before the stream, and it's kind of burping me up a bit. We definitely also need some stronger walls down over there. Alright, alright. So, what we need the most over there is tiberium slurry. How do we make slurry again? Slurry is done in an assembly machine? Really? Is there no other way to make slurry than in an assembly machine? Oh, that's not how you press that. There we go. There's also some Yoki machines that can do that, but apparently we can only do that in these kinds of machines over there. So this is where most of our tiberium will be going into. We turn that into a slurry first. So we're gonna have a big slurry maker, maybe somewhere over there. Turn it all to slurry. We're done with research. Wow. Yeah, do all of these. They're gonna be useful in the future. Actually, wait a minute. Iron first, silver smelting, silicon smelting, tin smelting, copper smelting, lead smelting, silver smelting, and silicon smelting. There we go, do these first. Let's do all of these, because all these advanced metallurgic processes over there will help us out in the future. All right. Either way, you over there, you are pumping out molten tiberium. Yep. And you over there, you require molten tiberium. One of these over there makes 2. And then you over there, you make like a little bit on top. That's fine. You over there need 3. You make 48 multi-phase oil out of that. That then goes down the entire oil processing chain over there, where we start off over there with a oil and gas separator. Where we take in the multi-phase oil and we turn that into raw gas and crude oil, as well as some sulfuric wastewater. You make 48, you take 50. That's a perfect match in my opinion. We're going to keep it at that. And then we got 35 oil over there and the other one over there. The oil goes into a distillation machine. Classic distillation process. Can we do some of the other ones? What are these two over there? We probably want to... Now here's the question. Do we want to minimize our base mineral oil process or do we want to maximize it? We can feed it some hydrogen over there. That will reduce the amount of fuel oil we make and it will push out the naphtha that we make. Might be a good idea because we mainly want to use it for power and everything else that comes out of it is going to be a byproduct. But it also kind of means that if we don't use enough power, we don't make enough product. That's kind of the entire reason why I don't add this. I just dislike inherently having the combination of both because one of the two will always be true. You're either at a state where you're not processing anything because you're backed up everywhere, or you are not backed up everywhere, and yeah, you basically need to keep your factory alive for this over here to work properly. I kind of like systems that don't have that requirement. And I'm already getting like all the concerns. Is there maybe something else we can do with this? Yeah, we can either turn it to multi-phase oil or we can turn it to gas. There's of course the option that we just burn off excesses, start voiding it. Technically the stuff is for free, so practically we could void it. But I would hate that. I would really, really, really hate that. I'm not a big fan of voiding anything, to be perfectly honest. Alright, let's just keep on going. Maybe we can come up with like some kind of good deal out of this. That's a gas refinery. We're gonna need this as well. Because you're going to be taking in over here the raw gas. You're making raw gas, right? Yes. And you turn that into natural gas and acid gas. The gas then needs to be processed in... not one of these? Question mark? One of these. There we go. Whereas over here, the base mineral oil, we already know what we're going to be doing with that. We're going to be combining that with the oil residuals over there to turn it into lubricant. The naphtha over there will be turned into fuel, and the fuel oil over there will be turned mostly into flamer stuff or flamer related products. Let's have a quick peek at the fuel oil real quick. Alright, we can't put it in the flamer directly, that's cool. We can also boost it into alien flame fluid if we combine it with naphtha, fuel oil and red alien artifacts. We can always pump it into solid fuel. We can turn it into incendiary ammo. That will be a lot of fun. Incendiary landmines. Fuck yes. It goes into flamethrower ammo together with naphtha. With residual gas, we can turn it into liquid fuel. Liquid fuel will make it a bit better. What can we do with liquid fuel? Used in rocket body for Bob's Warfare mod. It's used in napalm capsules. It's used in enriched fuel blocks over there. Where do these come from? That's from Angels. Ooh. That's a lot of fuel. 50 megajoule per blob. I kind of like that. For more residual gas. Now, residual gas is something that we do get out of our oil refining over there. We can turn oil residuals over there into residual gas. We can also, of course, do a whole bunch of steam cracking over there to get more residual gas out of it. We can also blow up naphtha in the steam cracker to turn that into synthesis gas and residual gas. We can basically turn all of our base fuels over there into synthesis gas and residuals. Synthesis gas, on the other hand, is also a thing we can use over there to turn that into solid fuel. But once we're at the stage of synthesis gas, we can't really do much more with it. We can recatalytic it into methane, ethane, and butane. We can turn it back into naphtha with some carbon monoxide and some red metal catalyst. So we can just turn all of that back into naphtha. Actually, if we're just thinking pure power, that means we can turn all of our oil-based products into naphtha if we supply it with enough red metal catalyst. Because we just steam crack that stuff and we get residual gases out of that. And then we take the residual gas. That was the one I should not click. And we combine that then up with... The fuel gas recipe over here is pretty decent, though. Are these spare mineral oils that can be used and burned in secondary backup power plant fuels? We could do that as well. I'm not really that big of a fan of a secondary power plant because it always kind of feels a bit... Like the moment you start combining your production with your power production, that's usually gonna end bad. You can do it to alleviate the effort the main power plant needs to do. And with the power pool mod we have set up over here, we can definitely set up a system that prioritizes the power coming from the extra power plants before we start using the power from the main power plant. Maybe we can do that. But at the moment, I just kind of want to see if there's some kind of golden way over here for us to make use of this. Now, actually, this over here is pretty decent. One of the main gripes I had is, what do we do if we back up on base mineral oil? If we do end up backing up on base mineral oil over here, we can't just... wait a minute. We can just... There we go. Steam crack that into synthesis gas and into residual gas. We can always probably use more residual gas because that is part of the process. And then the synthesis gas over here, we could just turn that back into naphtha and then we just feed it in more naphtha. That could be good. Or alternatively, wait a minute, why do we even do that? We just turn the synthesis gas over there straight up into solid fuel. So we can definitely turn our mineral oil into solid fuel as well. And then we just feed in more solid fuel. So that at least covers that part of the story. We can also try to use our fuel gas over there to mainly turn that into the better solid fuel blocks. We probably need to think of some kind of priority system for that, but alright. I kind of like where this is going. So, but then the bigger question is what do we do with our raw gas over there? Natural gas liquids. Is there maybe another path out of natural gas liquids? Also, what is this over here? Oh, that's the power plant. Okay, I see. Natural gas liquids. So... is there maybe a better way for us to use this part over there? With some gas condensates, we can push it more into the heavier gases. Or we just refine it into methane, ethane, and butane. Alternatively, does this liquid have... does you have a fuel value? No, sadly you do not have a pure fuel value. These over here do. And butane has actually quite a bit of fuel power. And getting some more naphtha out of it would not be too bad. Where do we get gas condensates from? Gas condensates is something we get from natural gas separation. Alright. Why are we not doing this? Because we are doing this. Wait a minute. Wait. What? We are doing this? No? We're doing raw gas refining over there. And then raw gas into natural gas liquids. Wait, I'm missing a step over here. natural gas. Raw natural gas, oil separation. So we start with raw gas over there. And then, but raw gas is not natural gas. That is a different thing. Alright. But we can turn multi-phase oil over there. Wait a minute, it would be this step over here. Condensates are right over there. Wait a minute, are we not doing that? We are doing that. No, wait, that's crude oil. Multi-phase oil into raw gas, crude oil, and sulfuric wastewater. Wait a minute. What? Now I'm getting super confused over here. These icons, they kind of look a lot like each other. Which makes it a little bit, that's natural gas. But we're not doing natural gas, are we? We're doing raw gas. Raw gas is right over there. And then there's just a secondary process for this apparently. Wait a minute, what? There we go. Hey, I found another process. You make raw gas. You take natural gas. Okay, it's a different thing. It's just a different thing. It's the thing that we get from these over here, right? Natural gas fields. Alright. I think mineral oil is a fuel value. You can convert it to syngas. Yep, that's what we're going to be doing. That's exactly what we're going to be doing. So if we back up on mineral oil, we're going to be cracking it into syngas. And from syngas, we can go straight into solid fuel. So this over here all stays. This over here all stays. And then the bigger question is what can we do the best with our methane, ethane, and butane? Not like this, like that. Where are they? Methane can be turned into solid fuel. Salt. Ethane cannot be turned into solid fuel. Ethane can be turned into ethane gas bottles. They don't have a fuel value, so we can't burn them. Boo. Ethane has not really any usage at all, except for cracking it into ethylene. Anything cool we can do with ethylene gas? A very hey there! Welcome. Ethylene gas is what we are later going to use for plastic, but I don't really want to tie our power plant production to our plastic production. That would be the worst. That will literally be the worst. So can we convert it into something that makes it better? But the answer to this is straight up no. What we can do is we can run an auxiliary power plant, like a power plant on the side. That's just taking the ethane gas over there and just burns it directly, and then we're just done with that. And then last but not least, our butane. What can we do the best with our butane gas? Butane, we can crack that into benzene. By the power of benzene, I kind of get reminded of GregTech. Benzene. Is there anything cool we can do with benzene? We can turn that into toluene if we would want to. Benzene has no natural burn temperature, so maybe we just keep it into butane. Have a quick look at the toluene over there, but toluene over there is mostly required for explosives, right? Used in explosives, yes. So I guess our methane or our butane and our ethane, we just straight up pump that into a liquid burning power plant. And then just call that a day, I guess. Alright, but our methane over there, we can also turn into solid fuel. Alright. Let's go back to front, I would say. At the solid fuel generation. All solid fuel generation over there is done in a chemical plant. So more chemical plants it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them will be the main output, which is going to be, of course, this one over there. Then we're going to use you. Hydrazine, we can also turn into solid fuel. Kind of cool. And then enriched fuel box is the even better variant of them. But this is more or less, the one at the top over there is the main output. You over there, you make 11.6 heavy oil or naphtha oil, which goes into more than one of these. And then all the other ones over there are all being taken care of, all of this. So basically, once we get into the solid fuel stage, it's kind of surprising that we're not really getting a lot of solid fuel out of this entire process. You over there, every piece of solid fuel is 12 megajoules. So even if we fully operate you, that would be about 12 megajoules per second coming out of you. That's not a lot of headway with everything that comes in front of it. Alright, alright. You over there, you also need 56. You over there, you make 12. Alright, so let's just balance this out a little bit more then. You over there, if you're running at full speed, you do 35 crude oil. So how about, say, this is 70. You over there, you eat 15. So this is 30. That is 60. That will not match 1-to-1. But at the same time, we're using over here the hydrogen recipe. So if we switch the recipe around, it'll fit a bit better. It's still, it's almost a 2-to-1 ratio. It's not really a perfect 2-to-1 ratio over there. These are all running at the same crafting speed? Question mark. Crafting speed 1, crafting speed 1. They sure are. Which means you need 100 crude oil every 6 seconds. And you over there, you make 70 every 2. Yeah, that will just not fit, right? So these two together make 70. And each one of these, this over here would eat 66. We could make it the perfect ratio, but it will take some effort, won't it? If we put down 2 more of you, we get up to 140 per second. Yeah, the best ratio would be over here if you somehow make 100. To make a pure 100 over there, we would need 10 of these. More than 10 of these. We would need 20 of these, right? 20 of these would make 700 crude oil per second. And then you over there, we could compensate that with how many? 6 times 7, that is 42. That will be a 20 to 42 ratio. I'm going to 1-to-2 this. It's not worth super scaling that at that moment in time. What we could do, once we get to them, is maybe put some speed modules in these later on to make them go like a little bit faster. But this is just a 1-to-2 ratio. I'm just going to accept 1-to-2. And we're just going to live with that. Either way, you are going to need a whole bunch of oil over here. At the same time, this is also almost a 1-to-1 ratio. It's not entirely perfect, so it's already going to be a bit wonky. Let's hope we don't die the death of wonkiness, where every little percentage in every direction over there, they do stack up in the end. So if we're not careful, this entire thing over there might just blow up into our face. We do need then up to 6 of these over there. And then I guess 1 of you over there as well, because you're going to be making 0.2 over there in general, and you over there can eat a little bit more. We're just going to be ignoring the extra amount of molten beer we make over here out of this process. It's just going to be like a catalytic process on the side. So these over here will sometimes not work, whereas this one over there will always be taking care of their smudge over there first. Alright, but that will also mean we're going to need 3.2, about 10 of this over there per second. This is 4. That is 8. I'll guess I'll just 1-to-1 these. There you go, because these assembly machines over there, they don't really cost much. Alright, the entire thing over here is slowly taking shape. I like that. Let's move you out of the way for a second. There we go. Good. And now we got like 4 refineries over there, all pumping out things like naphtha and fuel oil. In total, how much naphtha are we doing? Actually, let's make like 1 more of these, because their recipe takes 6 seconds. So if we just add 1 more on top of this, we can just take the face value of that thing, which will be good. However, that will also mean that we're going to now need up to 9, which means we're going to need 1 more, actually 2 more of these. I don't really think it matters much if the Tiberium process over here is not running at full speed. Because the only thing this over here is going to be doing is over there is converting the Tiberium into a medium that we can use further down the road over there. But I kind of like this. And we're just going to assume that these over here will be running at full speed. They won't. But we're just going to assume that. Which means that actually the ratio is... Yeah, they're not going to be running at full speed, but that will be fine. They're going to be slightly under. But technically, this entire stack over there is now making 50 naphtha per second. Which is still not enough to feed up one of these. So, all that naphtha goes into you. You convert that into solid fuel at the rate of 1.12 per second. Alright. Is this even worth it power-wise? Because we're spending a lot of power over here to make power. We're making 12 megawatts over there. Actually, a little bit more than that, 13. But let's just say it's 12 for now. This over there is 400 kilowatts, 800, 1.2 megawatts, 2.4 megawatts, plus 3 of these. That is 3 megawatts, plus another megawatt over there. That's 4 megawatts. And then this is another 2. That's 6 megawatts. And then we got these over there, 5 of them, 7 megawatts. That is 7 megawatts over there to turn whatever we pump out over there into 12. Okay. But that's only the naphtha. We are also getting about 5, a little bit more than that. We're also getting about 30 fuel oil per second out of this. Alright, 30 fuel oil per second over there. Which we could just pump into this as well. And we actually would need 2 of these. But that will double our power output directly if we would directly use this over there. So I guess, power-wise, the equation is adding up. Alright, so this will be a unit then. Alright, perfect. And then we also still need the gas processing as well. Where is the gas processing happening? Further over there. Alright, let's make this a little bit more detailed. I kind of like where this is going. Let's get some details in there. Not like that. Alright, we got the outputs over there. You also get some residuals as an output. We don't have to forget about that. Let's put out these residuals over there where this input would be. Is that a good idea? That's a terrible idea. That is an absolute terrible idea. Because we might want to swap up the input over there to nudge our output into a different direction. Let's give these more space. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Because then we can start pushing out the residual over there. It's called a residual, right? What is it called again? Yeah, or residuals. That will then be flowing out over there. And we're gonna install the pipe over there. Even though we might not end up using it, I kind of want it to be there. So in case we do want to use it later on, we can just add it in there. Maybe we can even do some fancy, smancy recipe swapping over there. Because we can wire these up and turn them into something else if we would want to. Alright. But that makes it a little bit easier over here for the next process, which is going to be these 3 over there. You don't have any physical output, do you? No, you do not. Which means... if we put you over there... let's move you back 1 more. There we go. Then we could put you over there. Put you over there. And put you over there. At least then they are in a very odd pattern and it doesn't add up at all. Wait a minute. What the fuck is going on over here? Because you are in a weird spot. That's what's going on. There we go. You need to be over there. Alright. Now it's an even pattern. Alright. Then we put in these. There we go. You over there. And you over there. Sadly, that does not reach, so we need some kind of intermittent over there. According to Rampant mod info, there are atomic biters. Good thing we uninstalled Rampant, right? Atomic biters. At some point in time, I do want to experience Rampant on its fullest, on its own. We're probably going to do some kind of vanilla playthrough with Rampant at some point in time, because whenever I've added Rampant to the mod pack, I always ended up taking it out at some point in time, because it just takes so much time to keep up with it. But I think it would be a lot of fun to add in at some point in time in a more or less vanilla-oriented playthrough. Maybe we can do that for the 2.1 release, whatever that will be. Alright, we can combine these over here together, so that you do that, and then you basically just need this over there as an endpoint. We'll see the biter in space with Rampant. Oof. Space biters, just like asteroids with biters in them, which I guess is a thing, right? Let's see. Let's align these machines with each other. And I can already tell that you are not aligned. There we go. With that extra machine over there at the bottom. There we go. I can also already tell immediately that this over there will not work like that. We need at least a distance of 2. And it's kind of hard to tell, but some of these liquids in there are not like the others. So let's swap them around a little bit. We can do this. We can do that. We can do this. We can do that. Good. That will be all of you. Then we're gonna need these liquids. Those will be over there. And then we're gonna need you. And you do a very magical thing. Let's turn you around like this. Let's flip you up like this. That will be your input. We're gonna have this. And we're gonna have that. Good. That's basically gonna be the cleanup operation over there to get rid of the Tiberium sludge that we're making in here. Alright. It's looking like something. I kinda like it already. And I like once you kind of start putting some context to a thing like this, it kind of turns out into something that's a little bit more habitable over there, and you can touch it a little bit more. Good, but we need a little bit more over here, because we're also making over here, we got like 3 of these. So we already know that we're making over here 30 raw gas per second. The raw gas separation machine over there is over there. And you take in, that is not the raw gas separation machine. You over there, you take in, what is that? That's an odd number again. It's 16.666 per second per machine. How much are we making again? We're making up to 30, so it will be 2 of these. Because you do 10, you do 10, and you do 10, and you accept 25, and you accept 25. Wait a minute. Oh, you got a different drafting speed. But that would still be, yeah, it's 30 over there, and it's 25 over there, so we will need 2 of you. So that we can turn the 30 over there into, how does it track down over there? We get 80% of that, so that will be 24 coming out of this. There we go. And then we also get some of the acid gas, which is going to be very important later on. So 24, that goes exactly to one of these, so I guess we're fine with that. 1, 2, 3. Let's give this a bit more of a distance over there. We also have to keep in mind that we need to bend the pipe over there. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Actually, I guess these can be a little bit closer together. There we go. Alright. You over there. You over there. You over there. They're currently connecting, which is something we should not allow. Same for over there. You're not going down over there. You're not going down over there. You're not going over there. And you are definitely not going over there. Which kind of reminds me, if we want to fill up this pipe, we have to fill it up from the top and not from the bottom. But either way, this is where the natural gas will be coming out like this. Perfect. So that is taken care of, and the acid gas will go into acid gas processing, which does kind of remind me of you over there. You need to do the reach around. Into there. And I guess we're just gonna disconnect these pipes going upwards, and maybe also these pipes are going downwards for now. Just for now. Alright, whatever we are pumping in over there in terms of tiberium can then be turned over there into whatever we need over there in terms of methane, ethane, and butane. We're only going to be making up to 12.5 of methane over there. You need 56, so you're going to be maxed out. Or the other way around, you're not going to be maxed out, but you're going to be more than enough to deal with the methane coming in from over there. And the other two over there, we are going to be putting that into a liquid burning thingamajig. So tiberium into everything, tiberium into power. We're going to turn all the tiberium over there into a better power. And for now, we're going to be turning it into oil as well as into coal. That will be the next process, because we need coke over there. How much coke do we need? Actually, not that much. We only need like a minimum amount of coke. I'm a little bit surprised how little coke we will be needing over there. But this guy over there will be running at full speed, and this guy over there can be running at full speed, but we're going to have some other plants with your fuel over there. Which also kind of reminds me a bit that running this power plant on a mixed fuel basis is gonna be a bit annoying. We have the enriched fuel block as a possibility to us. The enriched fuel block does a lot of fuel power, and it is we can make that by combining fuel oil over there with residual gas. Which almost doubles its fuel, right? Well, this is not really over there, but we would need about 80 fuel oil to make 100 liquid fuel, and then 100 liquid fuel over there. We can turn that into, wait a minute, there we go. We can turn that into one enriched fuel block at 50 megajoules. Now, if we compare that real quick to you over there, how much is this? We can use, say, 100 fuel oil to make this into 4 solid fuel blocks at 48 megajoules. Or we can use 80 fuel oil and a bit of residuals to make something that makes 50. It is only a very small increment in power. So small that we might even just don't want to bother with it, because all of the extra processing of the residual gas and stuff like that might just make it too annoying to handle with. So I think I'll just, and also we will have 2 different kinds of fuel. I would rather just run on pure solid fuel, so that when we charge our boilers, that we only have one type of fuel in there, instead of having like multiple different things in there. So I think I'll just skip on that step. And just straight up turn extra fuel oil that we use before we put it into the flamethrowers into fuel over there. So we're going to be splicing off some of the fuel over there for flamethrowers, but that will be fine. That will be perfectly fine. Also, science is continuing. There we go. Rocket boosters. Ooh. Resin. No. Geode processing. Put that in there, please. Can we get ceramic? Is that already in here? Yeah, ceramic filters. I would rather use ceramic filters than using weird coal filters. Even though it does mean that we need to fuck around with ceramics for a bit, I would rather have ceramic filters and coals. Yeah, I would also skip it. It doesn't really seem like, I mean, for the effort we need to put in, it doesn't really seem like we are going to be getting a lot out of it. And I would rather have some sustainability and just like some, how to put it. I would rather have something that is just... Actually, don't put these in there yet. There's still all these alloys over there. Brass, bronze, gold. There we go. Which means we do need 2 of these then. And then we just turn it all into solid fuel. Alright. But that means we need like a little bit of coke. And actually not a lot of coke. Because this place over there... Woo, you're making 1.5 pieces of coke per second. And let's just say that all of these will be running at full speed. We would be needing about 2. So we don't even need like a full setup over here. But I think I'll just set up the full setup over there. There you go. Just because we have it. And then we're just going to be done with it. And it's just going to be like here. Coke will be produced over here like this. And then we don't need to worry about it. This might be asleep for most of the time, but I think I'll be fine with that. Good, because... Oh, are these on the same height? Okay, we need to move you one over. I think it's over here. Nope. Alright, now they're all on the same height. Because now the only thing we need to do over there is just bring in the Tiberium. Most of the Tiberium will be going in over there. And it's not going to be a lot, actually. It's going to be like 4 per second over there. Times 5. But these will not be running at full speed. So maybe 20 and then a little bit over there. 24. It's not a lot of Tiberium just going into all of this. But this over here is more or less a unit now. Let's take these out for a second. Let's move them over there. And let's maybe also take you out for a second and move you over there. Because if this already is a unit, let's finish up this unit. And then we're just going to make like 4 of these. Alright, let's give it some power. Ah, a power overshare? Ooh. It's been a while since we had a proper dad joke in here. Thank you for that. And hey there, Hellcat. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here we go. There we go. Yay, a joke! Everybody rejoice. Power-wise, we can do it like this. Good. That actually powers up everything that we need over there. And then we're just gonna plonk down this a couple times. Before we do that, the most important part is missing. Where are my fucking lamps at? Oh, there's the pipe. I was like, why is there a pipe in there? Yeah, something's being eaten. That's fine.
Badoop, badoop.
Alright, and then... How about... over there? Let's make this... a little bit more like that. Over there. I copied over some bullshit in there. Wait a minute. I see what happened. I did the same thing again with the same stupid pipe. And while we're at it, let's also put on some power poles over here. Take the entire thing. Put you over there. Take the entire thing again. Put you over there. Good. Oriara. Hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did we already set up the automation over there for oil parts? We did not. Not that it really matters much, because apparently we're not making enough of these machines over there. Because we're out of steel pipe, of all things. I guess that's kind of fair. It probably has other priorities first. But this over here is gonna be the new power setup. Or at least the processor over there that's gonna be taking in as much Tiberium as we can get out of this field over there. and turn that into stuff. There's one issue over here, though. And that's something we do need to acknowledge at some point in time. Blue Tiberium processes differently. And it's turning more blue than green. Well, it's still more green than blue, but it's turning more blue than green at some point in time. Which means this might get into stocking first. I don't think we can convert our blue Tiberium back into green Tiberium, because I don't also think that's how it's done naturally. Where is our Tiberium? I would kind of expect the Tiberium ore to show up over here in the Tiberium tab, but I don't see it in here. Because it's over there. Of course it is. Alright. Oh, green Tiberium monoculture. Apparently there is a thing over here, but that's kind of later. We don't have that type of tech yet. We can turn blue Tiberium into blue Tiberium slurry. And blue Tiberium slurry, we can turn that into liquid Tiberium. And let's go down the path of the liquid Tiberium part. But we can't really do liquid Tiberium processing yet, can we? Or can we? Wait a minute. Blue Tiberium combined with some crude oil over there turns into liquid Tiberium. And then liquid Tiberium. The Tiberium power plant will be the straightforward choice, of course. But that's probably not how we can do it. This will be the straightforward choice, but for that we need blue circuits, which we don't have yet. Liquid fuel cells would also be a choice. Yeah, putting that into liquid Tiberium power plants over there will be the best, I guess. Every liquid Tiberium power plant over there does make up to 200 megawatts. Fuck yes. And consumes liquid Tiberium. Do you make heat? It generates electricity. But we also get access to the steam turbine over there. Why do we get access to the steam turbine over there? If you... Oh, because you need steam turbines. That's why. You got them internally. Alright, fair enough. But what do we do with these fuel cells then? That's the other part I'm a little bit concerned about. And we can also turn that into basically better nuclear rocket fuel. Alright. I guess for now we can do it like this. I think it will be fine. But that blue Tiberium... I mean, worst case scenario, the blue Tiberium... we can just lob that straight up into the power plant as well. Because blue Tiberium... does have a somewhat decent fuel value on its own. Yeah, it's like 8 megajoules. If you compare that to the 12 megajoules from the solid fuel, we just skip the entire processing line. It does have 400% fuel pollution. It'll be fine. Why is the air spicy? Alright. Yeah, I guess some processing is in order. Alright, let's go. Pocket bots, do my bidding. It's gonna take forever with these bots. It's gonna take absolutely fucking forever. We also need to come up with some kind of neat power splitting process over here. Because all of this should be its own power grid. The power generations, multiples of them, will be their own as well. Because depending on how much fuel we make, we can tell how many of these blocks we can make. And that's something we have not really checked out yet, did we? We're gonna have at least 6 lines over there. It's a little bit more than that. I'm not really comfortable going out of the window and saying it's gonna be 10. But I am comfortable saying it could be about 8 full production lines of solid fuel. Which means we're going to be making up to 8 solid fuel per second. That means we're going to be making up to 60, 72, 84 megawatts of energy per second. 84 watts of energy will go into 42 of these, which is less than we have over here. Wait a minute. Why are we at less? Something feels kind of off about this. Either way, we're going to be building this because worst case scenario, we can use this as our oil production lane. And we just should just do an oil production plant, but something doesn't really seem to be adding up well at all. Also, can we get a deconstruction plant in there for rocks and trees? There you go. 8 machines over there making this. We'll be making about 8. So I'll feel a little bit more. Well, we can with the uncertainties, we can definitely say that we're going to be making about 8 solid fuel per second with this setup, but it feels wrong and off somehow. Also, we're not really processing any of this over here yet, which is still something we need to do something with. I guess we can do that processing down here. Alright, but let's just move around real quick and let our pocket bots deal with most of this. Well, we have a bit of a think internally. It's really only going to be like 8 solid fuel per second. I mean, 8 solid fuel, it's not a lot. If we just put it into one-to-one terms, into our power production, it's definitely less than what we do right now. And that's after processing as well. The entire coke process over here seems to be just way more effective at it. Like, way more effective over there. And over here, what we're doing over here is we're making about 2.5, about 10 of these pellets per second. And that's about 150 megajoules of energy over there. That's way more efficient than that. Alright, either way, I think having like a solid oil refinery over here based upon tiberium input is definitely already a good starting point. So it's not like this over here is bad, but I think we could just do better than that. There we go. Let the bots deal with this for now. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just going to be free oil. Free oil is also perfectly fine. And we just need to do something with the tiberium over there. So either way, this is going to be fine. But the amount of tiberium that we're going to be pushing in over there is definitely a lot more compared to what we are thinking of getting out of this. Unless I'm just very wrong with my calculation here. We got like 18 of these. 18 times about 8 is about 160. Wait. I'm calculating the worst bullshit ever. 18 times 8. Well, I'm kind of approximating over there. Not 18 times 8. I'm approximating over there 20 times 8. Which is 160, give or take a little. And that's just pure naphtha per second. And then naphtha into solid fuel. 160 per second. Let's have another peek at that naphtha recipe real quick. Or solid fuel recipe out of naphtha. Yeah, actually it should be... No, it's 100... Let's just say it's 150 per second. Every 50 per second makes 1 solid fuel. There will be 3 solid fuel per second in general. And then we get another 3-ish out of our fuel oil. Yeah, it's just not really making much, is it? I'm a bit surprised. And a little bit concerned. I was kind of thinking this would just be way better than that, but it's not. It's a bit disappointing. It looks cool, but it's kind of disappointing. One of those. Also, I guess somebody was colorblind over here, and you need to be over there. Sounds like you. Looks good, but kind of disappointing. I totally agree, mate. Oh. Alright, alright, alright. Let's have another peek at this. What are we missing over here? Alright, get that calculator out. We're now taking the calculator time. So 8.333 per second for our NAFTA times 18 is pretty much exactly 150 per second. Alright. Yeah, that is then exactly 3 solid fuel per second. On the other end, we also have 5 times, that's 90. That is 90 fuel oil per second. 90 fuel oil per second over there could lead up into 1.8 solid fuel per second. So that's 4.8. That's way less than I even assumed. Alright. Getting kind of flustered over there. We got about 37.5 methane gas over there, which is just about enough to fill up one of these. Not even remotely. Solid fuel out of... solid fuel out of this. 37.5, that is not really even 1. That is pretty much about 0.8-ish. So we're at 5.2. What did we say? The 1.8, 3, that's 4.8. Yeah, maybe, let's be generous, 5.5 solid fuel per second. That's not a lot. That is really not a lot. And on the plus side, we're not really making a lot of pollution out of this. That's cool. But the amount of processing power we put into the air to turn this into something else, that seems kind of not correct. That seems kind of very incorrect. Maybe something else we're missing over here. No, solid fuel, or fuel oil is definitely the best to turn that into solid fuel because we only need 50 per one. Ah, wait a minute. There's a wrong assumption over here on my end. It's 25 fuel oil per solid fuel. So that 90 over there, there's a bit more power over there. So instead of making 1.8 over there, we're doing a little bit more than that. We're doing 3.6. We can double that. Which means we're now up to 6.6 plus whatever methane makes, let's say 0.4. So we're up to 7. And just in case we do end up turning all that mineral-based oil over there into naphtha as well. But that's not going to be a lot either. That's like the worst of them. If we do a bit of a flip over here, and we do pump in more hydrocarbons or hydrogen in there, then suddenly all of this flips into a lot more heavy oil, but not a lot. I would love to prefer to flip this into more fuel oil if possible. The standard rate is 20, 30, 50. This over here evens it out more. This over there pushes it more into base mineral oil, and this over here pushes it more into the other one. So I guess we're gonna go with this one over there. And then we got the propane, the butane, and the ethane over there. The methane, the ethane, and the propane. Butane, there's no propane. Why is there no propane? This feels a bit like a wash. Beacons. Beacons will not do well in power production, because you tend to end up eating more power than you get out of it. So it might... you're not going to gain a lot out of beacons of power. I mean, efficiency modules will make it more efficient. That's a very good idea to think about. But the worst case scenario, we just made ourselves over here just like a big oil generating plant, which is also good, because we can just use this stuff for whatever we need. That has an optional power outlet, which will help us out as well, because we can just use it for power whenever we need to. So I guess that's fine. But it's not really what I would consider a power plant. Well, either way, we kind of put effort into this, so let's make this a thing. Also, what happens if we downgrade you to a red one? The red one will not be fast enough, it needs to be a blue one. Okay, fair enough. So, what are we missing? We're basically missing... Yeah, I think we can do this. We can do that, and then we just kick out... Well, we don't really kick out anything. We just order in all of this. Let's start picking it up. Why not propane? Because that cartoon propane salesman had nothing to do with the mod. Doesn't he sell butane? No, he sells propane, right? And can Victoria be forced to switch between production recipes with logistics? And simple yes, no answer. Can Victoria be forced to switch between production recipes with logistics? Yes, I think the answer to that is yes. I mean, you can just set recipes for that. For your machines. Also, I should have taken the car now that I think about it. By just hooking up a wire, you can switch the recipe that's been processed inside of the machine. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Alright. I can already tell you, we're not doing oil refineries, and we're not doing chemical plants, nor are we doing gas refineries or oil gas separators. We're doing all of the other stuff, though. So, bring me all of that, please. Also, you get some wood, you get some stone. And in the meantime, we probably also want to put down those assembly machines for those things over there. So how about I steal these real quick? So that we can focus on all of these over there for a second. There we go. From IMDb, blurb about the series King of the Hill, a straight-laced propane salesman in Arlen, Texas tries to deal with wacky antics of his families and friends while also trying to keep his son in line. I've not really seen a lot of King of the Hill. I do know some people really like it, and that's fine. At some point in time I might need to check it out myself, but then again there's so much other stuff still out there I need to watch. And there's only so much time in a day. Alright, chemical plants, and oil separators, and gas refineries, steam crackers, oil processing plants. For now I'm just going to go for the basic ones over there. The big boy chemical plant. Well, we added this thing over there. That thing over there. Can we also make the liquefiers in here? There we go. 1, 2. Might have had a few seconds of exposure for the series. It's one of those things that if you're like in the right time for it to air, you'll watch it, and if you're not, you'll probably never really go back to it. It's the same for me in SpongeBob. Like some people really like SpongeBob, and that's perfectly fine. I had a binge of it in a hotel room once while I had nothing better to do, and I really enjoyed it. But I never really got into the SpongeBob wagon when it came out, because it was just not during my time of watching television. And that's true for like a couple of things. Let's place you over there. Guess we can also start ordering the electrolyzers. There we go. These we'll need. Are these all gas refineries? These sure are. Gas refinery, gas refinery, gas refinery. Ah, there's advanced gas refineries. The last thing you made any effort to watch was Babylon 5? Oof. That was during the time where I not even made effort for that because I wasn't really aware of... I mean, I was very young back then when that came out. And basically, you only had it on television, and if you missed an episode, you're basically going to be like, I lost track of the plot, so I'm not going to watch it anymore. It's worth downloading this game and trying it out because it looks insane. Ruzi, the game has a demo. Go pick up the demo. And then, I'm sorry to say, but you will never see your family again. This game is worse than crack. Try out the demo. You can either get it from their website, Factorio.com, or from Steam. Does Factorio even sell on the Mega Game Store? I never checked. But you can pick up the demo from anywhere. And once you're kind of convinced it's worth the price, just pay it. Don't wait for a sale. The game will never be on sale. It will probably only get more expensive over time due to random inflation effects, stuff like that. Alright. Yeah, we're getting the pipe at least. Let's at least install this pipe, because then I can get the pipe out of my inventory here. Stop bringing me this, stop bringing me that. I think I'm fine with that. Also, I think the power poles are done, so don't order this anymore, nor this. That's going to be done, and that's going to be done. Also, I should have taken my car over there, so the only thing we're going to need over there are these over there. It's been called Babylon 5 was the last best hope for television science fiction. It was definitely good. And at some point in time, I should give it a watch again. Because it was a lot of fun. I mean, they had all kinds of cool and quirky characters in there. I do remember that. What was it? The Vorlons? The smoky guys who were like always in that big suit of armor? And... oh, what were the guys with the cool hairdo? There's so much stuff I kind of just missed. Vorlon, really? Wow. I'm more amazed that it kind of was somewhere in the back of my brain and I got it correctly. That was either a very lucky guess or my brain was like, dude, you know this. It's this, huh? The Centauri had the distinct haircut. Ah. There we go. I also remember that there was some kind of war going on in the background and some other stuff and yada yada yada. But all in all, when I was watching it as a little shithead, I just didn't understand it. I was just like, Vorlons are fun, and I like that guy's hairdo, and he said poop, or something like that. I do remember, was that in Babylon 5? Or was that... no, that was Star Trek, right? Or that was... what was it called again? The Star Trek Space Station one. And the Narn, the lizard-like? Ooh, lizard people. Some kind of war, many of them during the season. Yeah, I was just not paying attention back then. Deep Space Nine. Yeah, it was Deep Space Nine. I was kind of remembering. I have still that one scene. It's burnt into my eyeballs because I watched it as a little kid and I was very excited about it. And then I guess the inevitable happened where basically the barkeeper, his name. I forgot the bar. Quark? Was it Quark? Or was Quark the security officer? Either way. The main barkeeper, he was always a bit of a shifty guy, and at some point in time, he was selling sex tapes of the captain. Already all the way back then, people were doing that apparently. Quark was the Ferengi barkeeper, thank you. And he was basically selling sex tapes of basically everybody. And at some point in time, he was also selling sex tapes of the captain. And she was not very amused about that. She was really, really pissed about it. And I think she probably threatened him to throw him out of an airlock or something like that. That part doesn't really matter. The part that kind of burned in my brain was that at some point in time, she kind of hacked into his computer, I think it was. I'm not quite sure how the plot came together in the end. But she basically just altered his merchandise. So... The next person that kind of bought the Captain Special, let's call it like that, basically saw her coming out behind like a big like coming out of the background. You first see her legs, and you kind of see like all the sexy legs, stuff like that, and then all the way up to the chest, and you go like, ooh, she got some nice tops on over there. And then you come to the face, and the face is just altered to Quark, going blah. Was it Major Kara? Maybe it was Major Kara. Like I said, it's been ages, but that image of basically sexy Quark coming out behind the blankets was just like, yeah, that's now living rent-free in my brain for the end of time. There's probably also a picture of that somewhere, right? Quark. Sex tape? I will not Google that. Quark. Deep Space Nine. I'm not even quite sure what I'm looking for. Video. Sexy? Question mark. Oh, I think I found it. Was it Major Kara? Maybe it was Major Kara. Oh, good God. Just looking at this over here is already... I definitely found the picture, alright? The Meridian Recrap? Was it this one over there? Oh, Quark has so many good gifts going on for him. Oh, there it is. There it is. Nope. Where did the tap go? Also, why am I opening this up in my Chrome browser? There's so many ads on this page. Let's open it up in the Firefox. Put you over there. Put you over there. And then we still get all those ads. Cool. There we go. Let me just share that real quick. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Let's just wait. It's a GIF, so I have to wait for it to restart. It was just the best thing ever. There we go. So basically it starts like this. It's just going to be like, it's the tape. I'm excited. I'm super excited. And then it's going to be like, hello, it's me. Burning your eyes out. It's going like, Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And Quark's brother became the next Grand Negas, and that was the worst. There's probably so much lore in Deep Space Nine that I'm just not into it at the moment. Alright, alright. I should also not walk too fast. And Dax was in the episode where she was in the bathing suit, and once, and for all the question was, do all the spots go way down? And the answer was yes. Dax was also in the recent serialization of Star Trek, which got all the good reviews. Yeah. I don't even remember what it was called anymore. It was so bad, it just kind of just wiped my brain instantly off it. Was it Starfleet Academy? Nah, was it Academy? I saw the numbers they pulled, and good God. I mean, the show was already abysmal, but even those numbers they pulled in was kind of embarrassing, because apparently only like 40,000 people in total watched it. Or was it 400,000? No, I think it was actually 40,000. And they just immediately just kind of signed off on it. It was like, wow, that is kind of terrible. So like some of the anime I recommend, don't watch the stuff I recommend because it will burn your eyes out. Good, 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 good. I did watch today that adaptation of the manhwa, Beast Eater. What was it called again? It definitely left no impression on my brain. Where is it? It was called Monster Eater, not Beast Eater. And I mean, the main reason why I watched it was because it was actually sitting at a rating of 4 on the database I use for ratings. And usually when you get a rating of 4, you're kind of abysmal. And I was like, all right, let's check why that is. Maybe people are hate rating it, which I guess kind of was true because it wasn't too bad. But I can see definitely that people were complaining about that there was no animation because they basically did just animate the stills, which is still some kind of animation. But yeah. Surfing Academy was a dismal failure. It was cancelled after season 2, but people were upset. It seems they do a first season for the cost of other season. As far as I can tell, season 2 was already filmed, so we're still getting that. But it was cancelled, or did they? Did they actually cancel the release of season 2 as well? That wasn't Rotten Tomatoes. I can't really trust Rotten Tomatoes anymore too much these days. Was cancelled, but the second season was already filmed. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what they're gonna do with that. If they're actually gonna show it or not. Metacritic? No, for animes, I usually just use the My Anime list. And even Metacritic. I mean, most of those... And I don't really have like a lot of trust in those sites anymore. Because most of the time they get kind of overrun. With like, either people completely hyping it up. Or just kind of downvoting it into oblivion. So most of the time I just kind of take my distance of those sites because it's just like it used to be a decent way to reflect on things, but it doesn't anymore. It really doesn't. Season 2, episode 3, Dungeons and Dealers. Ted? What is Ted? I mean, there's more than enough stuff I have not seen yet. Also, I keep walking around. I need to get my car. 10% for tomato, 98 for the fans. Yeah, that's most of the time how it goes. Like the critics either praise something up into oblivion, going to be like, this is the best thing ever, and then the fans come around and going to be like, no, it's not. Or it's the other way around, where and that's still actually kind of good, where the critics are going to be like, this is godshot garbage, and the fans are going to be like, no, it's not. It's actually kind of fine. At the end of the day, I don't really kind of. Let's put it like this. Most of my viewing habits are coming mostly from me watching a random clip of something and I'm going to be like, oh, that kind of looks dope. And then I just start watching it. It's only for the things that I truly, really care about that I actually do some research, which is anime. Also needs to be over there. But even there, sometimes I find a random clip of something, going to be like, wait a minute, that looks dope. And then I just end up watching it. Good. Yeah, just bring up as many bricks as we can for now. There we go. We don't really have like a brick connection yet, but we don't really need that many to keep construction going. So I'm just going to empty you out real quick. And Ted, the TV series and comedy prequel to film set in 1993, following the profane teddy bear living with a 16-year-old best friend. Is the 16-year-old friend female? Because then that bear will be doing all kinds of things. Didn't they make a movie out of that not too long ago? Like I said, I'm not keeping up with anything at all anymore, because most of the time, the things that actually get advertised, they're not worth your time because they're all godshot garbage. And the things I do kind of end up watching, I kind of end up rather rewatching it again because it was just so much fun. And the second time around, you see so much more stuff into it. Than watching something new. Alright, park it over there. Good. Yeah, put down some passive providers. Bum, 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 bum. Let them come. Ah. Alright, pick up all of these, and put them over there. Pick up all of these, and put them over there. Pick up all of these, and put them over there. Pick up all of these, and put them over there. Good, 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 good. And... we're empty. Good, let's hope we don't need to do that often. We should probably set up like a train line for that, but at the moment I'm kind of a little bit lazy about that, and I don't really want to set up a train line for that. But I can already see that some of these over here are already making the machines that we need. And we do need 33 oil refineries. They're coming into my pocket over there. That is good. What's the main thing that's blocking oil refineries over here then? It's... probably oil refineries are pure steel. Like for 4 green circuits and 66 pieces of steel, you get yourself 1 oil refinery. All right. Yeah, you're waiting on steel. Everybody's waiting on steel, which does kind of remind me that we do have better ore processing recipes available. It might be worth our time that we just set up a better ore processing setup over there in the corner over there. Or that we maybe try to plonk it in over here somehow. We still got some space over there. So, yes. And now there's still a lot of viewers overall for Twitch today. Oh, is the moon landing going to be today? Are they finally going to the dark side of the moon? And can we find if Mecha Hitler lives over there? Or was the movie Iron Sky wrong about that one? I'm curious. It's just a flyby? They're not even landing? They're just flying by? Oh. Boo. Now I'm not interested anymore. Alright, pellets over here. The pellet press. So, there is a better iron making process. We do need limestone for that. Good thing is, we are making some limestone right over there. And that machine over there currently is not really doing a lot. We would require coke. We would require a blast furnace Mark III, which we have installed over there. So let's just see in how much that would look like. So we put you over there. You need about 1 limestone per second and 4 pressed pellets over there per second. Let's just go over there real quick. They're gonna land with the next one. All right. And then 40 years from now, people are going to call it fake again. Just like they did with the Apollo program, they're making sure the ship is fully functional and getting into the moon and back. All right. I didn't even know that one. That sounds cool. All right. The pellet press over there. You make 2 pellets per second. So if we want to run you on pellets, we will need 2 pellet presses over there. And then every pellet press over there requires 1.5... of U per second. You over there, you make 1.5, so this is a 1-to-1. So that goes to there, that goes to there, and that goes to there, and that would be our new setup. You can already immediately tell how much more we're going to gain out of this process, because at the moment we're spending over here 3 of these crushers over there to make 12 ingots per second, and we're going to be pushing it down into 2. Which means we can definitely put that in over there somehow. Here, can we just cut this for a second? And then we're gonna clean this up for a bit. We're gonna clean you up for a second. There we go. Let's go on an adventure. I got it. How's my Factorial playtime doing? Playtime? What do you mean by playtime? Do you mean how long we've been playing this before? Also, my inventory is just filling up with too much garbage. There we go, get rid of all of this. Also, now that I kind of think about it, do we even have the pellet presses? I'm already kind of taking this thing apart, and I've not even checked if we have all the pellet presses for that. How's Victoria treating you? You might just right from work. That's perfectly fine. I can fully understand that. Victoria's been good today. I mean, now that we got some bot automation over here going on, We no longer need to worry too much about pocket crafting. We still need to pocket craft a couple things every now and then. You over there, for example, you want these concrete blocks. There we go. Make me 2 of these pallet presses, please. There's still some materials missing that we need to bring in over here, but it'll be fine. You never did Bobs and Angels? Ah, Bobs and Angels was like the first big mod pack for this. Like the first big combination of mods. And it's basically the granddaddy of modded Factorio, more or less. Pallet needs also lime. The smelting of the pallets requires lime, but we got lime to the south. Alright. Yeah, you over there. I guess you over there. You're a little bit on the offside, but it'll be fine. You make those pallets. And then you over there. You over there. You crush the iron ore. That will be coming from down over here. I guess we will still split it off once or twice. You just go straight down the middle. That'll be you. And that'll be you. I guess we could do... Okay, make 2 red inserters. Perfect. Do we need red inserters for this? Actually, yellow inserters will be fine. Alright, you turn out the pellets. We need to swap you out for your pellet recipe. Good. We have these. There we go. And then we need some limestone over there. Isn't the rate 2 to 1 to pellets or 3 to 2? Nah, we just checked it. Here. This one over here makes 1.5 compressed iron per second. You over there, you consume 1.5 compressed iron per second and turn that into 2 pellets per second. You over there, you need 4 pellets per second. So this is a 1 to 1. This is a 1 to 2. So all in all, it comes together like this. I think in the past it used to be 3 to 2. Mostly due to the fact that you were probably mixing red machines with blue machines back then. But I think they kind of gave a nudge to that over some point in time. Because I do remember that 3 to 2 ratio you're talking about. Alright, do we need lime or limestone? This is limestone, we need lime, right? What was it again? We need... Oh, we need limestone, never mind. So we do need this stage over there. You're making 1.35 limestone per second. And we need over there 1. So that'll be fine. The bigger question is how do we get there? Can we move you over by 1? There we go. And then you go there, there, and there. Off we go. On to the adventure. Yeah, how to put it? Angels and Bobs makes it very different into how we're used to play Factorio. Especially in the way how ores are being handled. Because no longer do you get things like iron ore or copper ore or stuff like that. You get mixed ores. And those mixed ores you need to process as well. Like, for example, over here we are at the state of where we have, like, the individual ores ready for us. But... Oh, we're out of undergrounds. Pom, 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 pom. I can't even make them right now. But to get this stuff, we need to work with things like anatite and things like sapphirite, as well as stuff like that. And you get, like, ore processing steps for those precursor ores, for those mixed ores, that will allow you to extract more different ores out of it. What are we missing for this? We're mostly missing stone. Wait a minute, really? I'm missing stone? Which allows you to get like more different kinds of ore out of your precursor ores, or you just don't process it at all and you just live with the basics. Both are equally possible. And then you get like, then after you get like your mixed ores, like as refined as you want to, you sort them into the actual ores. And then you are getting the actual ores out of it. And then there's still a belt flipped over there. Is it? No, there's no belt flipped over there. And once you got the actual ores sorted out, there's still more processing for the actual ores on its own as well. But we're still not done. Because once you're then done with smelting the actual ores however you want them to be smelted, you can then mix and match them again to make alloys. or to make certain metals, molten metals, more of it. I'll show you in a second. Let me just finish up this real quick. And let's fix this guy over here, because you're kind of broken. Also, we got the annoying girlfriend mod installed, which is making this harder than it should be. Ah! Oi! Stop twisting my belt and start rotating power poles. There we go. Good. That seems fine. So yeah, because now over here we're smelting all of this into ingots. And then from the ingot stage, you can go into multiple different stages. Steel, of course, is just smelting the ingots into steel ingots with some more oxygen. That is a straight-up stage. But, for example, over here, once we want to turn it into molten steel, for example, we take molten steel, we take steel ingots as well as manganese ingots, combine them both together to turn them into molten steel. I could also just smelt the molten steel on its own without the manganese, but then I would only get half the amount of molten steel out of it. And there's a whole bunch of mixing and matching you can do over there. Like, for example, we got up to 4 different recipes over here to make molten iron. The straightforward one you start off with is just take the iron ingots, smelt them down, and bloop. And then the next more advanced one is to add manganese to it. You get twice the amount of molten iron compared to the amount of iron ingots you put into there, but you of course put the molten manganese in here. The third recipe you get is then, instead of using manganese, you can use silicon ingots. And the fourth one over there is using cobalt and nickel to get even more iron out of your iron ingots. Now, things like cobalt and nickel, you're gonna start making on the side, because of course all these ore sorting processes over here make a whole different range of ores, and I'm kind of surprised at all of these. Oh, slag backed up. Wow. Alright, we have to do something about that. Oh, that's kind of surprising. Why is slag not pro? Oh. Alright. We found a new priority 1 thingamajig to do. So, off we go. I guess it's about time that we make that Bobmonium station. And that Saphirite station over there. Good, 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 good. So we do have a source of Bobmonium with Saphirite. More concrete? We're already kind of backed up on concrete. We could, of course, spend it more to concrete, but I kind of like this process over here. Because this process over here makes us Saphirite and, most importantly, Bobmonium ore. And the Bobmonium ore is the important one over there. Can we put down 2 train stations over here? I think we can. Like, one over there for crushed Bobmonium. And one over there for crushed Saphirite. Ah, fuck. Alright. It's... Oh, fucking hell. Alright, we can get 1 station in here. The one for the Bobmonium is the important one, so let's definitely get this one going over there. Pum 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 pum. I got nothing in my pocket. I can't even craft anything. Okay, let's pick up some stuff. We should probably also pick up some crushers for this. We don't really need the most advanced crusher. We just need a crusher. There were the automated crushers. We got some automation for crushers over there, but not the advanced crusher yet. But I can see we got some over there. So I'll pick up those. We can get rid of this. So the thing that we need the most right now is one of these. And for that we need iron and steel. Because, as always, the one thing we're missing the entire time is iron and steel. Every time, all the time. Alright, iron is over there. Steel is over there. More steel is over there. Make 2 of these, that'll be fine. What are we missing for you? I think we're mostly missing green circuits, question mark? We're missing green circuits. So, let's pick up some green circuits. And we're also missing some tinned wire. We got some tinned wire over there. That should be enough. Alright, make a couple of these. Then my inventory is it again. And proper ultimate random mess of nonsense again. As it always is. But, interestingly enough, we did make about 50 ferrous accumulators. So we got those going in our inventory, which is great. Good, 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 good. What else are we missing over there? It's right over there. We're still missing the crushers. And then basically everything we need over there to put stuff onto a belt. How's the belt situation over here? You turned everything into red belt, right? You turned everything into blue belt. We could start using this blue belt over there, but I think we can't really sustain the cobalt production for that yet. So how about we don't do that right now? But it does kind of mean that we will need to bring ourselves some white belt ourselves. There's the belt machine. It's over there. Yeah, things are still kind of super chaotic over here. We're also going to need one splitter. And for one splitter, we need some wood. Really. Wood. There must be some wood around there somewhere. There's some wood over there. Is it because we need... No, it's not because we need brown circuits. It's because white splitters just need wood. And then that's still not the case because apparently we're also missing copper. Now I can make some. Perfect. Good. I think 2 will be more than enough. We can make the other train station maybe over here or somewhere else. So is there Sephirite being mined over here somewhere? Not really. And actually, why are we even doing a train station at all? You know where this stuff is going to be going? It's going to be going all the way over there. I don't think we even need a train station. We can just straight up move that stuff into the processing plant right away. Which does mean that we might want to set up the bobmonium processing over there. So, sure. Why not? If it's like right on top over there, why not do that? The bobmonium process over there does do sulfuric wastewater. Good. Which means the only thing we're going to need is flotation cells, which we are not automating over here yet. So we need to pocket craft those. Flotation cells are right over there. They mostly require clay bricks and bronze, as well as it's mostly bronze. It's a lot of bronze and some clay bricks. I'm not going to steal the clay bricks from over here. I could do that. Alright, I'm going to steal the clay bricks from over there. And then the bronze we should have down over here. And it's mostly green circuits. We got some green circuits. We should pick up some more green circuits. Alright, pick up the bronze. I'm not going to pick up these green circuits. I'm going to pick up those green circuits. And we already know the answer how many of these we need. We're going to need 10. We can make 5 because out of brick. And belts are like rails, just better. I mean, if you really want to transport a lot of stuff on a belt, just put cars on belts or tanks on belts. Actually, with Factoria 2.0 and the ability to put belts on tanks, you can put then your belted tanks on belts and use them to transport a fuck ton of items per second. Alright, what do we need? The bricks over there. My inventory is full because I got too many toys. Alright, make another 5 of these. That will be the 10 that we need. And then we're gonna do the bobmonium right over there. And then we also don't need to worry about the train stations because the train stations will be over there. Good. The only thing we need to pick up is gonna be the crushers. There's 4 quad stack green belts. Yeah. That's also kind of why I really enjoy my personal Factorio playthrough at the moment. Like on the side where I can just build my own stuff at my own pace, which is just such an enjoyable process. Factorio Space Age is just a very enjoyable game. And I can't wait for 2.1 to come out so that we can do it again on stream. Alright, we're gonna delete this because actually we don't need this. Because it makes no sense for a train to pick up this stuff to just drive it a little bit further above. A 4 belt is something you can hand drag easily when turning off the legs. I mean, 4 quad stack green belts in Factoria is already a lot of items. Alright, the other thing we're gonna need over there is... Here, get rid of these. I think we're gonna need one of each, because we're not making that much Bobmonium and that much Sephiroth over there. I don't even think we need a splitter for this, because you just do the Sephiroth, and you do the Bobmonium. Pom pom pom. Alright, you get the filter, you get crushed stone as an output over there. You over there, you get the filter, and you use the crushed Sephiroth as an output. And you over there, you get the filter, and you get the crushed Bobmonium as an output. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, we're gonna have to move this all over by 1. You come in from over there. It's about time that we start using these resources. These have been piling up. Oh, these are also backed up. They are both backed up. Yeah, then it's about high time that we start pulling these out. Also, wait a minute, there's more wrong over here. There we go. Good. I think one of these will be fine. I mean, they will be consuming up to 6 cores per second. They do seem to be prioritizing the Bobmonium at the moment. But that is, I guess, fine. The crushed stone, on the other hand, over there, we'll just send it straight back into there. If we let the bots do it, the girlfriend will not interfere. Good. Is this a yellow belt? That is a yellow belt. We got a yellow splitter. The answer is no. But we have a white splitter. So what we could do is just the following. And then do this. Not the most elegant of solutions, but it is a solution. As long as it works right. That's not how it goes. Alright, and then off we go. Good, 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 good. And the rest of this will just process itself. I'm just gonna use the pocket bots for this, because then the little annoying runt cannot interfere anymore. Pom 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 pom. We need this over there somewhere. With you over there, and you over there, and off we go. Science is still moving along, so nothing to worry about. It's a bit slow at the moment, but that is fine. I guess the main reason why it's slow is still a certain lack of steel. Actually, no. Wait a minute, what? Oh, it's not blue science that's slowing us down. It's green science. Because of a certain lack of iron plates. That is fine. Because we can also upgrade this process over here. And we kind of switched out our process over there using manganese to pure iron over there for a bit, because we were kind of a little bit low over here on our manganese. It's getting back up in there, but I think we could still do better. But yeah, the amount of iron plates we're making over there should be improved by quite a bit. Also, this one's empty. Good thing I got the backup. There we go. Also, am I out of belt? Boo. Oh man, let's release these over there. There we go. While we're at it, let's build the train station we're gonna need over here for Bombonium. It's gonna be a blue requesting station. There we go. It's gonna be sitting right over there. You're gonna be ordering in crushed Bombonium. There we go. Maybe not over there actually. I do want to be able to use this gas at some point in time. So let's build these in first, and then see if we can get a station over there. Yeah, it's a bit off, but it's the best we can do right now. Crushed Bombonium, please. There we go. Same for you over there. We're just gonna extend you out all the way over there. It's a bit off, but that will be fine. Well, at least now we can know where we can connect up this thing with that thing. There we go. And then you get this over there as well. With the input priority over there from the top. And the output priority over there also going to the top. But we're just going to filter out this with nothing. There we go. Not really that it matters much, because Bombonium is not that important. What do I do now? Now I open this drink over here. Yep. There we go. And then we need to pick up a whole bunch of white belts, but let's see how far we can build this. We also need to pick up some inserters over here for this process, and maybe also put down some of the train signals we need. Good. We can already give you power. Not that the train will be coming over here anytime soon. Mostly because we don't really have a Bombonium train yet. And let's also copy paste this thing over there and put you over there. There we go. And then can we pocket craft one of these? We cannot. Well, let's pick up some more materials real quick. Not quite sure if we're actually going to be using that gas over there, but it would feel like such a waste of energy and space and just resource usage to not use it. Alright. How's the fluoride process over there? There's still a lot of fluor in there. We're also getting some lime over there. I don't think we can turn lime back into limestone. I don't think that's a thing. We can turn limestone into lime, but I don't think we can turn lime into limestone again. Good. Also, we're still waiting for like all of these machines to come into our pockets magically. Some of them are coming in. That's good. But we still need a couple more. And while we're here, there we go. Yeah, oh, we got 10 of these. Lovely. Yeah, put these back. Put these in your pocket. We're gonna need more of these. You're not making any over there because you still need more concrete blocks. Don't we have the ability to get concrete blocks from all the way down over there? I thought for sure that we put down some roboports to be able to get all the way over there. There's a roboport over there, but that kind of stopped at some point in time. So let's just extend the chain over there a little bit. It's not going to be super duper efficient. It's actually going to be kind of terrible, to be perfectly honest. But as long as things move and we don't need to worry about them, even if they move at a very, very slow rate, at least then we can tell that things will be made for us in the background. And while we go off on some kind of weird tangent again, where we're just going to be exploring some stupid stuff, we at least can say that things over there will come together sooner or later. Yeah, you mostly need steel. We will still require so much more steel. I mean, this place is at least doing a good job at making all the steel that we need. And we're now making it a little bit more consistently and a little bit more stably, but we're not making enough steel ingots, apparently. Why is that? You're working at a good speed. You require 6? Oh, no, that's always been the case. Yeah, you require 6, you're only making 3. It just doesn't match. But that doesn't really matter too much because we're only running like 3 casting machines per year. We can still get a little bit more out of our steel if we do strand casting with coolant, but we don't have the space for that over there. Alright, get rid of this, we don't need that. And then the one thing we want to pick up the most over here is going to be some white belt. Pick up all of these. Yeah, let's hope that will be enough. Actually, get rid of these, get rid of that. We don't need this either. That should be a bit better. Alright, we almost got the gas refiners we need. We are getting one right now, so we're just going to wait for that real quick. We're still missing quite a bit of the oil refineries, and we're still missing all chemical plants, which means that chemical plants are missing something important. We're not even remotely making them. Chemical plant, chemical plant, chemical plant, there we go. We're making these. Oh, is it bronze pipe that you're not getting? Are we not making bronze pipe in here? I thought for sure we're making bronze pipe over here. That's brass pipe. Never mind, I was very wrong. They require bronze pipe, not brass pipe. So, could you make ourselves some... bronze pipe? Are bronze gears also a thing? We got brass gears, cobalt steel gears? No, that's not the case. Alright. Turns out I brought the wrong kind of metal to the place. Well, it's fine. Good. I'm also a little bit surprised that we did not place down any of these machines over there. Or did I just not walk past it? I probably didn't just walk past it. But let's make this place over there, because this place over there is going to be doing the bobmonium. There we go. You there. You're going to be doing bobmonium chunks. Also, in my pocket, make 2 of these. We're going to need 2 of those. We do have to redo this over there. We had a plan for that, but it was kind of a silly plan, and we just kind of went with a more simple plan, which made us a little bit more robust. Also, don't really want to walk too close to that thing over there, because I don't really want to build that yet. Yeah, don't do this. Don't do that. Just do this and that will be all fine. Alright. That would be good for the bobmonium to go. We would still need some better red inserters over here. I can make a couple in my pocket. But did we set an automation for those yet? I don't think we did. We did do an automation over there for red inserters, and we got 4 blue ones. That's basically nothing. But we would need like another 4 of those for the station over there. But let's finish up this belt over here first. And they're currently a little bit backed up over there. Fuel? Wait, what? Burner inserters? Thrower burner? Where the fuck did you throw that shit? Apparently over there. What kind of insert is the place over there? Alright, let's fix that real quick. But that's the wrong kind of inserter. Alright, that's moving again. Let's get these pots back in our pocket. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's what I get for not using a splitter. That was missing power. There we go. Alright. That one is on me. I thought for sure that would be going at the correct thing. Are we close to making individual ores in the sorters by using all the things and then some? I'm not quite sure if I want to do that, actually. I mean, for that we will need the catalyst. The individual ores is probably gonna be something that we're gonna be using if either A, we're backing up or something. That's basically also a thing we have to kind of think about. There are recipes in here, of course, to sort out specific ores. There they are, for example. Where, for example, we can combine some crushed saphirite and some crushed givolite and some mineral catalyst to turn that into straight up iron ore. Which is pretty decent. But we are no longer really at the stage of using the crushed stuff. We're kind of more into the higher stages over here where we're using the chunks. And for some of these, we even use the crystals already. There's, of course, we can, of course, set both of these up. I mean, if you kind of think about it, if we have like a, for example, for this case, if you, for example, have a saphirite ore field and a givolite ore field, like right next to each other, you can technically just think about them, of combining both of them up and turning them into an iron ore field. And then you are already off quite well, but we would need to have to start to make that catalyst over there. The catalyst over there it is made out of mineral sludge. At the moment, we're using our mineral sludge over here. This is our sludge center. To turn that into the ore that we're missing. In this case, the bobmonium ore. And the main reason why we're turning it to the bobmonium ore is because we were lacking tin. But that is no longer really the case because we got some other alternatives going for that. Which is kind of decent. But we're still kind of backing up on slag over there. And this process over there, I think, could be a little bit faster. Then again, does it need to be faster? I think it's fast enough. Because at most, if all of these are running, we're going to be making 0.07 times 8. So that's about 0.56. It's less than 1 ore per second. Let's put it like that. It's less than 1 ore per second. This one over there is eating up to 3 ores per second on either side. So at the moment it's a little bit unbalanced and it feels a little bit off. But that is only going to be a short-term problem because it's going to be emptying it out itself quite fast. At least on this side. And I guess, yeah, this is just a bit unoptimized. Good. But the most important part is that we can now bring in some... Ooh, this one's already working. Ooh, it's working! As for the bobmonium, I mean, our main reason to do bobmonium was to get ourselves some tin out of it. Because it is the main source for tin. But now that we are doing it already into chunks, we can get some silicon out of it, we can get some silver out of it. If we would even turn it into crystals, we could even get some gold out of it. Oh, fuck yes, gold. But I think like this for now is fine. We can also get the geodes out of it. And I think the geodes is actually the important part. And actually, that's a bit of a problem here with the stereotypes. We're backed up on yellow geodes. The geode processing is a thing we need to set up sooner or later. Alright, get the fuck out of there. Thank you very much. So, for now, we're just gonna... Not like that. That's not gonna work. Make a deep buffer. Just to keep that rolling. We also need the deep buffer apparently for these over there. Wow. The biggest is you start using those ore metals and they're all building and they're all stuff glocked eventually. That is very true. That is very true. That's one of the problems you need to handle in Bobs and Angels at some point in time. And we're not really doing that yet. So you're very correct that that's going to be an issue we're going to have to tackle sooner or later. But we're not really at the stage yet where we can like pull things apart easily. Like everything is still kind of super duper connected together, and we're not really living in train station islands yet. Even though we are making extensive use of trains, we still are kind of in the process of kind of trying to break out of this. But yeah, I mean, preferably, I want to spend most of my ore processing just with sorting. I'm kind of thinking, I got this elaborate plan in my brain, where I just want to make the grand ore sorting machine. Like somewhere out there, we're just going to dedicate a whole bunch of space. We're going to be bringing in all kinds of ores over there that will just be sorted over there into whatever we need. And technically, we could either do it with enabling or disabling of certain machines to make certain processes start and stop. That's already something we're doing right now, actually. Let me just bring these back over here real quick. For example, over here, the manganese process. This process over here, it's currently running. That's good. But this process over here will occasionally be turned off, mostly if we are... That's kind of surprising to see. Where did all the iron go? All right. What? That thing was full not too long ago. Let's switch you back to the manganese recipe over there. The biggest problem we currently have, however, is the slag over here. As slag needs to be processed a bit further. By the way, a thing you can do, if you got like something like a very French post over there with a whole bunch of concrete that you're gonna need over there for certain processes, you can put down a buffer chest over there. And fuck, I did not click this button for any of them. But we can over here at least order in some of the more refined concrete. There it is. Yeah, bring it all over there. Oh boy. Technically, we would need to do that for all of them. Alright, we can fix this real quick. Put you over there. Put you over there. Put in any kind of recipe that has as many inputs as possible. They all have... Oh, this one's good. Request a buffer chest. There we go. That's still the same. That's still the same. I don't think we need to worry about these too much, but let's just number them through either way. You'll be number 1. You'll be number 2. You'll be number 3. You'll be number 4. You'll be number 5. Alright, there we go. I forget that every time. But if we're already doing optimizations, we could do the other optimization over here as well. Where, for example, over here is you're making this thing over here, the thermal water extractor. So, thermal water extractor. There you are. Order up to this amount over there. Good. Trash unrequested is probably fine. Trash unrequested over there. Let's put that on over there because don't order in stuff that we do not need. You don't have any modules in there yet, and that'll be fine. Alright, let's make a new one over this. The most important part is going through all of this shit again. It would still be lovely if updating blueprints in Factorio. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo that. That is no. Fuck that. If updating blueprints in Factorio would sometimes be a bit easier, especially this stuff over here, because the amount of times I had to redo this stuff is kind of infuriating. Alright, this is the amount that we're gonna be making. So, a stack size of parameter 0. This is the amount we're gonna be ordering in our buffer chest. If it's around anywhere, don't store it like in general population. Bring it over there. This is also gonna be a small s. And then these over here are all parameters of the stuff that we're ordering in to craft. Parameter 1, stack size. Parameter 2, stack size. Parameter 3 stack size. Parameter 4 stack size. And parameter 5 stack size. 5 stack size. The biggest issue is the size users, or we already had that. Yes. Good. And then this is going to be Mole Crafter 2.0. Good. Put the thing over there. Delete you. Delete you. Alright. You are... And now comes the annoying part that we have to redo all of these. This. You are that. You are this. You are bronze pipes. You are chemical plants Mark 1. Chemical plants Mark 2. Separators. Gas refinery. What are you again? Ah, fuck. Well, I guess you were this. You were not that. You were the cracker, I think. Ah, I'm messing it all up. No! I think we still got everything in here. You are this. You are that. We can basically skip the ones that don't order in concrete, but at the same time, if we start skipping them, once we start updating them, we will just be just as annoyed and baffled by it. So we might as well just go through it real quick. There we go. You are casting units. Mark 2. Mark 3. Strand casting. Better strand casting. You are crushers Mark 1. Crushers Mark 2. We can probably skip a couple of these. I will probably skip a couple of these, but at least these machines over here that order in specific blocks and stuff like that, that we might have in buffer chests, these at least with the updates. Same for all of these. You. 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 We don't have you yet apparently, but that'll be fine. There we go, and I think we can just skip the rest for now. Ah, there's something. Okay, perfect. I'm still kind of surprised that you are having so much issues keeping up with the production of red machines. I guess it's just because you're not getting enough steel. Either way, this is looking good, that is looking good, that is looking less good, but it's now looking a little better. The only thing we need to do over there real quick is build the 2 train stations, for which I have 0 materials in my pocket. But we can at least sketch it out, so let's sketch it out. Alright, these are all going to be passive providers. I guess somewhere on this side. You over there, you are gonna be bringing out the bobmonium chunks. And you over there, you're gonna be bringing out whatever kind of crystal you're making. What kind of crystal are you making? You're making the red ones. And then this force over there, get rid of it, please. There we go. You get these, you get those. Excellent. We're still missing like absolutely everything over here. And most importantly, this one over there is... I don't have the yellow undergrounds for that, and I can't make them right now. We can just use white undergrounds over there, and we'll just do a little bit of a stupid thing like this real quick. There we go. All served and saved. There we go. Lovely. Perfectly fine. Alright, we're still missing a couple parts over there. One of these parts we can make in the pocket. This other radar we don't really need, because we can just take the green wire from over there, put it on here, put it over there, and put it over there. The one thing we're missing over there is a train station and stuff like that. I think we have not even automated any of that yet. Alright, fair enough. Not that we're really ordering in Bobmonium yet, but I would rather just have it already sit over there and be ready to be used, rather than just piling up on the belt over there. So, yes. Oh, the Bobmonium split is also not filled for the geode? Let's do that as well in a second. Speaking of, what does our pocket say over there for chemical plants and stuff like that? If we go back over here... we're getting some distillation plants, but we're still not getting the chemical plants. Because the chemical plants really want those brass pipes. There we go, now we can make brass pipes. Let's raise this limit a little bit. Let's go up to like, say, 1,000. Alright, we got 15 of these. We can already kick these two out. So let's bring them over to the Tiberian place. And then let's also put in a couple more important things over here. And that's going to be train parts. Like stations. Signals. And then the logistics to that as well as basic radars. Oh fuck, where are the radars? Radar! There they are. As well as the combinator basics. There we go. Good. We should already start ordering those things in. Like, at any given point in time, I want to have like a couple train stations in there, a couple signals in there. On top of that, I kind of want to have in here every part of the combinator chain. So that we can always do stuff like that when we need to. Alright, that will take some time to craft over there, but at least we got some parts in our pocket now. That's good. Let's take our car real quick and go to that refinery we're building to place down the machines that we have in the pocket. Then finalize the Bobmonium thingamajig over there. Oh, what the hell? There we go. Alright, that's all in. Still missing most of the chemical plants, and I think we're still missing some undergrounds here and there, so we might as well place those down as well. I mean, the pocket bots might be slow, but they are already such a help for us not having to put down these things by hand anymore. There's still some parts missing over here. There's still the belt missing over here that will be feeding up you with ore. And that's gonna be up to 20 ore, 60 ore in total. I think that will be fine. Alright, let's place the rest of these. I'm kind of stuck over there. There we go. Some lamps going in here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, we're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 of these. So let's go to, say, 20. Just in case I miscalculated. Good, 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 good. I mean, at least it looks kind of nice and neat. That's important. Alright, our... really? They're all full already? Okay, we might need to speed up this process a bit more than I wanted to. I kind of thought like putting down like another big dump chest like this over there will probably keep it off our backs for like a bit, but no. No. It's even more important that we get going with this project over here sooner than later. And even if we just end up making like a suboptimal power plant, as long as we're using it, I guess that's most importantly. Worst case scenario, that power plant over there, the only thing it will be doing is going to be making the power for the containment field that we need for that Tiberium over there. So that could be a thing as well. Alright, we're getting chemical plants now. Perfect. Good. We don't actually need to be over here right now, because we kind of want to work on that Bobmonium thing real quick. And the only thing we're missing for that, and that I definitely forgot to pick up or even automate, is the chests. These two over there. We need 2 of these. Actually, we need 4 of these. And that's mostly iron plate. And there's a big belt of iron plate over there. I'm just going to consume this one real quick. There we go. Nom, 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 nom. That's 2. And then we need a bit more steel. But I think... Is there steel over here? There is a bit of steel over here. That's another one. And then it's steel and brick that's missing. Can we maybe not pick up these sound speakers? There we go. Have them back. Also, I just noticed putting them on this side of the belt is going to cause more issues than it's going to be solving. So, there we go. Bricks. Bricks over there. That's 4 of these, and now we have all that we need. Alright, let's fix up that Bobmonium thingamajig. Ah, we're still missing some inserts over here as well. I can make 2, but we need a whole bunch more. Good. Yeah, there's no sorting whatsoever happening over there. We need to have the output priority at the top, together with the Bobmonium chunks. Well, that's kind of new. I guess that's what you do. Alright, fair enough. I'll just place them by hand afterwards. These over here, we can already put over there. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Oh, it's kind of working. These are kind of out of range, but it's kind of working. Alright, even though we're missing the inserters over there, the most important part over there is that we just start putting stuff in here. I'm also kind of seeing that we're missing an underground or 2. We can make an underground or 2. go. As long as this process over here is starting, which also means that this belt over there will be consumed, everything will be fine. Now, there's currently a little bit of an issue over here with our Saphirite over there. Not being processed, but that's mostly due to the fact that we're kind of backed up on Saphirite. Really? I guess that's true. Mostly due to the fact that we're still backed up by slag. Is there? Yeah, we're losing a lot of robots over there, but we're losing the non-important robots, which I don't really give a fuck about. So that's fine, I guess. Ah, yeah. It's a bit of a catch-22. Maybe we do need to filter these out. I was kind of thinking we could just skip that. I think we can skip that in the future. But in practice, since we are making Saphirite over there, and Saphirite is backed up, and Saphirite is backed up because Slack is backed up, and Slack is backed up because we are not processing any Saphirite. Yeah, we will probably need to put that on it. So actually, that's not going to solve anything, is it? No, it's not. Even if we put that on the second belt, the only thing it's going to do over there is just going to fill up the second belt, and then the blockage will be over there. So what we could do over here, and that's a better impromptu solution, is just make a deep buffer over here for Slack. Not really a solution I prefer, but it's definitely a solution that's going to work. Like, cut this off for a second. Wait for this to empty out. Put down a deeper buffer, and then we can let it get handled again. Because we are processing a little bit over here. Because there's a lot of, not really a lot of space in this chest, but there's a bit of space in this chest. And I think, are these networks connected? No, they're not even connected. There's a lot more space in that chest over there. So, actually, that might be a better solution. Why is there pure water in there? Get the fuck out of there. Here we go. Because now we don't even need a deep buffer. I would prefer not to have a deep buffer. And these networks are also not connected. Okay. Let's do the same thing over here then. Because they're all doing the same recipe. Good. And now they're all connected, right? No, they're not. I double connected these now. That makes a little sense. We still need to connect the top of the bottom somehow. What we could do is do this. And now it's all connected. How much attention does reality pay to your preferences? How much? That? Sorry, what? Sorry, I don't get it. Also, I'm kind of tired today. Because I played too much Musume yesterday. Oh, you would prefer not to use deep buffers. Oh. Yes. But that's... What does reality have to do with that? I mean, that's more like me not planning into accordance for it. And now we're not using a deep buffer. Now we're just having this process over here work as it should be. It's still kind of backing up a bit, but it's working more now than before. We might still need to do the deep buffer thing. Then again, this station over here might open up soon. We could just open up the limits over here. 16k for each. We can definitely hold more stuff over there. We could even hold it up even more than that. 40 is a shipment. We need to have at least 40 buffer. So how about 40 times 200? 40 is a shipment times the stack size. What is the stack size for the stuff? 200. So it's 40 times 200 times 200. That's also not correct. 200 times 200 is the answer we're looking for. That's 200 stacks of 200. With a bit more buffer on top of it for the slack. So stacks is 200. We have then a buffer of 56 stacks that are empty on top of it. There we go. I can count. I can definitely count. This way we can empty out that train station over there of the slack a little bit faster. And just bring it in all over here and start processing it. That will also make it so that the Sephiroth chunk sorting will speed up again. Which then also in turn means that it's probably only gonna go, yes. It's already moving much better now. It's still kind of backed up over here. It will take some time over there for all that slack to get back over here into the train station, but things are moving again. Alright, that's good. Then, next up, this project over here. Definitely, absolutely. Even if we're not going to be using it much, that now has a higher priority for us to go for it. That kinda worked, but I think I got a new priority project. Let's fix that. Whatever happened over there. We have not even got Rampant installed, and we're already doing way more. We're still doing quite a bit of work on our walls, even without Rampant. But the main reason for that is because we've got this whole slew of random enemy mods installed that are just making it kinda hard on us. And we're not really investing anything at all in like better walls. I think investing in better walls alone would already make things a little bit easier. So let's maybe have that as a quick side objective. Make better walls. And better walls are basically just better concrete, and that's technically something we can do with Tiberium and Tiberium alone. Actually, no, we require still stone for that. Alright, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Maybe some landmines will do fine over here. I kind of stopped using landmines for a bit, because if you combine landmines with flamers, your flamers usually end up burning, destroying your landmines. But since we don't really have any flamers over here at the moment, landmines might be actually a good choice over here. Excuse me. Oh, there's bots flying on top of me. That's fine. Not quite sure why they didn't want to build this, because I managed to turn my bots off, that's why. Alright, good, good, good. Alright, at least an impromptu fix. How much ammo do you still have? Yes, is the answer. You also get some more walls, even though you probably no longer have any bots over here to maintain those walls. That is fine as well. Alright, I think it's about time that we start thinking about better walls as well. Let's try to finish up the refinery first, because I think that's a more important problem right now. And then right after that is going to be working on some better walls, because they're kind of chewing through those walls a little bit too fast in my opinion. And park it over there. Alright, what are we getting? We are getting some of these. On the way are 10. Cool. And on the way over there are 7, which will finish up the amount of chemical plants that we need. So we're almost done with this. The only thing we're kind of waiting on is still a couple more of these oil refineries. And then we can at least finish off this project over there. It does look kind of neat on the map, though. Like, this nice power grid and everything. Cool. Good. But yeah, I kind of have the feeling that this thing over there, the only thing we'll be doing over there is going to be making the containment field for... Oh, the power for the containment field for this place over there. Which I guess is fine. I mean, if we take Tiberium to make power out of Tiberium to operate the Tiberium field containment over there, I guess it's a fair deal. Because those Tiberium containment units... I don't think we have to research yet. Wait a minute. There they are. They do cost 0.5 megawatts of power to maintain the fields between two of them. And that's for a distance of 15 between two hubs. Does that have a mod that ultimately will pick up stuff of the artifacts left behind the biters? Yes, that is a thing. What you're looking for is the ground radar. Simrock, bots do pick up stuff on the ground, but you have to give them the commands to pick up stuff from the ground. But you're probably looking for the ground radar. Scans for useful items on the ground and marks the locations for construction robots to pick up. That's the thing you're looking for. I'm not quite sure how much UPS this thing will eat, but then again, we're probably only going to be having them at our front lines, where we will be accumulating them the most. But that's the thing you're looking for. Alright, we're still missing 4 of these. I'm just going to wait for a bit. In the meantime, walls. There's a research for that. Cancel all of that. Give me this. Give me... What? Processing units? Why the fuck do we need process? Because the gate requires a processing unit. Well, that's fair. This. There we go. I mean, we have to get the blue circuits in some way or another, right? Was not expecting that, though. Reinforced walls already look pretty beefy. Heavy defense walls look even more beefy. I'm still a little bit concerned about them not having certain resistances. But I think that might not be an issue. Let's have a quick peek over here in our enemy tab. Like, for example, those fire biters. Fire breeds. That's just the article for that. Well, let's go for like any fire one over there. We should see their attacks. And their attacks does creates one alien fire. It does fire and acid damage. And then it's mostly fire and acid damage. So if we have a look at you, are you resistant against fire and acid? You are. Immune to fire and very much resistant to acid, so that is good. What about, let's have a look at the biters on our fringes over there. What about the electric biters? Electric biters over there, big electric biter for example. They do a physical attack combined with an electrical attack. That is fine. Does the wall protect against electricity? I thought for sure we could have... Oh! It's different when you're in map mode. That's kind of interesting. The thing is, this wall is not resistant against electricity. So I'm not quite sure if this wall over here will do us any better. I mean, it does come with extra health. How much extra health? Oh, over here we see the recipe and the stack size. Why are these views all so fucked up all over the place? What the fuck, man? Alright, walls. There we go. The reinforced wall. The reinforced concrete wall. The reinforced concrete wall is the one that we get, that we already have. We already have this available over here. The heavy defense wall is the one that costs us the 70 concrete and has a massive base health. And then there's also the other wall. Which other wall is coming over here then? This is the reinforced wall. The blue one. That's this one over there. Base health of 150. It's more than the reinforced concrete wall. If we just direct compare them. This wall does have more individual resistances. You got acid, plasma, electro, explosion, fire, impact, laser, physical, and poison. Whereas you also have on top of that pierce, which I think might be very good. As we still got some of the, we still got some rampant parts in there. So I think we should be focusing on the rampant wall over there. And is this also the wall that will self-repair itself? Apparently it does. We do need to do some repair captures over there, but repair captures is just repair packs, steel plates, and plastic. That's pretty easy to do. And then it's 5 pieces of reinforced concrete per wall. That's also pretty easy to do. Whereas this over there is just... yeah, this one is just different. Alright, reinforced concrete. Did we ever do that with... we sure did do that with Tiberium. Just add steel to it. But we do have like 12,000 over there. Oh, alright, alright. Just bring in stone. Where did we actually get the stone from again? Oh, I guess from over there. Also, we still got a metric fuck ton of stone over there. Which I guess we just got from compressing stone down? Yes, from compressing stone down. Alright, alright, alright. We might just make a little concrete works for reinforced concrete over there. Doing it with Tiberium, of course, is the easiest. Reinforced concrete. Is there... concrete. There we go. There's this one over there, which we can do in any one. Which is... that's the standard recipe, right? That seems very much like the standard recipe. We also got the ability over here to do concrete out of wet concrete, which is the slag, cement. So instead of doing like bricks into concrete bricks, we can also just do concrete into classic Factorio concrete. And then we add some iron rods to that, some steel plates to that, and turn that into reinforced concrete. And then we can use that over there to make the better stone wall, which we're researching over here. This one over there, we technically don't really need. I'm still going to research it, just so that we have blue chips done. Or at least that we have like blue chips research, so that we can do blue chips whenever we want to. You think it's a mending wall that repairs, but why do we then... is there also a mending wall? Wait a minute. There is also a mending wall. Alright, fair enough. Has less base, has the same recipe cost. That's regeneration walls. Alright. Wall. That's basically the comparison between you and you. And you are correct. These don't heal. These do heal. They got a little bit less physical resistance. A little bit less electrical resistance. And also less poison resistance. But they heal at a rate of 60 per second. Also got a little bit less health. And the reinforced walls is to make something proof walls. Yep. These over here are actually way simpler to make. That's the heavy defense wall. Like, this is already a significant upgrade on its own. Like, our basic wall is 450. This is 1,000. It heals and has some of the resistances for the cost of only a repair capsule. Whereas this over here also goes in the path of refined concrete. Yeah. So let's set up those repair capsules real quick. You over there. Repair capsules. That requires repair packs. Where the fuck are those? There they are. You just require the basic ones, right? Yes. I need to place a power pole over here, and I'm looking at that fucker over there, and I already know that it's gonna blow up everything again. Save the game real quick. It worked! I'm happy! Alright, because then you over there, you can start making heavy defense wall, reactive mending wall. Give me those, please. And then make up to like 4,000 of these. And then walls are currently not in any kind of passive provider, but that's fine. The walls are right over there. And actually, why not put these in passive providers? I don't have passive providers on me even. You over there, you over there, you over there, you over there. Oh, do the capsules require plastic? We don't have the plastic in the system, but we can add that. Well, we have some plastic apparently somewhere, but we don't really have plastic provided. Plastic is, of course, all the way over. Plastic is empty. Interesting. Let's have a look at that in a second. But plastic is being done over there. So what we can do real quick is just do this real quick, do that real quick, and do this real quick. That will get us plastic, but I'm kind of more concerned that plastic is not doing anything at the moment. Why is that? Wait a minute, let's have a peek over there. So, plastic is coming out of methanol. Oh, I know exactly why. Remember that thing we did there, which we said it will take forever for it to run out? Well, forever came a while ago. And actually, we don't even need to walk over there. The only thing we need to do over there is to put in an active request over there, an active request over there. That might connect actually. Alright, alright. This seems to be going a little bit better. How empty is that chest? It's still pretty full. How empty is that chest? It's still pretty full. Yeah, just let it going over there. It'll be fine. You're still filling up with slack. That's good as well. The slack attack over there is over, so we can keep processing these materials for here. Yeah, one thing, and that's definitely going to be an issue sooner or later, is all this lithium over there that's backing up. The D7 and the F4 over there are still fine. But there are definitely some materials in here that are slowly backing up. Alright, you over there. Can you start ordering in iron plates, please? There they are. There we go. And just replace that with that. Then you can start ordering in iron plates, and that will keep the wood process over here going. There's 200 on the way. That's perfectly fine. Where are you going? How did this... that's probably still from like eons ago. And they did connect up. Perfect. Alright, alright, alright. But that will keep the wood going for the plastic. Alright, plastic will also enter the system, but apparently we've still got a whole bunch of plastic in the system. Well, no more. Repair packs. We could also make, keep like 2,000 repair packs going at any given point in time. I think it's a wise idea to have more of those. And then you can slowly start making these walls. It's a 1-to-1 for the walls, so it is quite a bit of plastic going into these walls. But they will be self-repairing, and they're gonna be slightly better. So, yes, more of that, please. Alright, alright. What about, the refinery? We can finally finish that up. There are still more parts we need to do for the refinery. But let's work on those parts real quick. Let me also pick up some white belt real quick, because there's some white belt over there. That should be enough white belt for a bit. I have no inserters. How many yellow inserters do we have over here? That's not really a lot. I'll take these. I'll take those. Well, let's hope it's enough. that hollow donk sound, that was not a car. That was her brain. Park it over there. Will that be flopped then? Also, we can delete this now. We don't need it anymore. I mean, on a positive note, we are transforming all the Tiberium into something that causes way less pollution, so that's already very good. There's also still a little bit of specialization we need to do over here, especially with this boy over there. Because technically this guy over here can stop working once the pipe backs up, which can happen. So we might need an inline tank or two. But for now, let's see. I guess we can use long head inserters. Let's use long head inserters. Right across the pipe over there. You need 4 per second. You do 1.2 insertions per second at an insertion rate of 3. So you need to be at least a red inserter. Then you are going to be fast enough. The blue and green look like Command and Conquer. It is Tiberium. And we need to figure out what we're going to be doing with the blue soon. Also, am I not ordering lamps? What the fuck am I doing? At any given point in time, 100 lamps at least. Alright, technically, we can consume over there up to 20. Practically, we're consuming 80% less. So we're consuming, instead of 20, we're consuming 16. Which is a yellow belt, or up to 16. We're not going to be burning through all of this. We're actually going to be burning through like a little bit less. So I think a full yellow belt for these over there will be fine. Do you have enough to kickstart this monster? If you mean Tiberium, yes. If you mean power, also yes. The only question is how do we get the Tiberium out from over there? Because it needs to be up there. Yeah, this water work over there that needs to move at some point in time. Because technically we want to access it from over there. No, there's a whole bunch of shite in the way now. kind of thinking of going like this. It's the long way around. But it will at least get us somewhere. But yeah, the waterworks over here, it needs to move. The Tiberium over there will need to go into its own better confinement. Like, this needs to be like a proper complex. Which I'm kind of hoping that with the power we're going to be making over there, and we should actually... Yeah, stop that. We already know we don't have to do that technology over there. Do this one over there. That's the more important tech right now. And what's currently the issue with science? Okay, now it's a blue science. No, it's not a blue science issue. It's still a green science issue. Aussie nuts! Ah, that's Aussie. It's kind of embarrassing. I played Victoria for so long. I had to install a certain mod over there. It's so lonely in the factory, man. Like, these long nights over there, alone, in the digital world. Some choices had to be made. Also, she can do something magical. Wait a minute. Maniac, thank you for the resub, mate.
Aussie 106 Ani hype Aussie 106 Ani raid Aussie 106 Ani hello Aussie 106 Anahart the Nuts Crow have arrived.
Thank you so much for that. The best thing is
106 Ani hype Aussie 106 Ani raid Aussie 106 Ani.
Thank you. The best thing is, if you throw her a grenade, she will catch it and she will start juggling it. Watch. Okay, maybe she doesn't do that. Aussie nuts! First of all, wait, what? What are you doing so early over here? And how does it even make any sense? Wait a minute. You're an East Coast streamer. It's like 11 AM over there, isn't it? On a Monday. That's not really 11 AM over there. It's like 4 PM or something like that over there. Well, either way, dude, how you doing? Thank you so much for the lovely raid. You had the day off? Lucky bastard. 5 PM. Alright. Was close. But Aussie Nuts, thank you so much for sending your people over here. Guys, if you don't know who Aussie Nuts is, what are you even doing? Aussie Nuts is absolutely amazing. He's like 10 meters tall. You won't even notice it if you look at him, but he is an absolute enormous giant of a man with a massive, massive golden heart and an absolutely amazing being from Australia. That also means that sometimes he's a giant cunt. But we love him nonetheless. Also, I'm still dying of Tiberium exposure. Just drop that. Drop that somewhere. Put it over there. I don't really care. Good. Alright. So, if we draw from both of these, don't use the long hands for that. And we're only going to be drawing the green stuff from over there. 4 PM for Aussie? Yeah, something like that. I mean, the only thing I always know is it's about a 6-hour time difference from over here to the other side of the pond. So it's always like the best of a guesstimate. Alright. We're going the long way around. But Aussie Nuts, thank you yet again for the lovely raid. What have you been up to today? What have you been playing? Tell me. If not, we'll have to do it the hard way. Where's the shoutout command? Or maybe Maniac can tell us for us. Here we go. Here we go. Alright. This belt is not saturated. We need more. There we go. Now the belt is full. The Last Caretaker. I'm still very much on the fence about that game. It looks kind of neat. It looks kind of amazing. At the same time. It always feels... I don't know. There's a lot of those games going around. A lot of times. Well, it doesn't really matter. As long as you're having fun with it, that's the most important part. Alright, we need to get some power in there as well. Let's find ourselves a main power pole. It has some automation in it. Ooh. Nice. Let's see, where's the main power pool? Where is any main power pool? Over here. Wait. Oh, they're all the way over there. I'm at the wrong side of everything. But that does kind of mean that we can at least spend some time over there and setting up the main power thing. For now, let's inject power from over there. And you probably need to be closer than that. This might change over time. Also, still kind of find it a little bit annoying that you can't flip these around. So we have to build it like this. Crisscross. There we go. You got some power. Also, just now I realized how close to the damn wall we are. What the hell? Good. Tiberium is coming in. Now, we need some water over there to start the Tiberium process. Can we also do one thing real quick? Can we get an inline tank, please? This thing over here needs a little bit more care. Let's place this thing over there. Because, technically, these over there will not always operate. These will only operate if that tank is low enough. So, you're only going to be enabled if the amount of Tiberium, of the fluid kind, where is that even? There we go. This is molten Tiberium. Yep. If this is less than, say, 5,000 or something like that, you're going to be enabled. You thought it was just Agents of Bobs? No, we installed a whole bunch of weird stuff in here. The Tiberium mod alone is already a lot of fun, because it spawns these Tiberium fields, and if you don't take control of these Tiberium fields, they kind of just grow out of control over there. Which makes this interesting. They also kind of gun, as you can see over here. I'm not quite sure if this is at random or if they actually do gun for other ore fields, but they tend to infect ore fields and take them over and turn them into more Tiberium. Alright, but this over here is the recycling unit to recycle all of the Tiberium sludge into more molten Tiberium. Let's get some water in there. How much water do we actually need? We need 8 units and 6.4 units. That is basically nothing at all. So how about we go for there, we go for there. And we'll find ourselves a water source. How about some over there? Does the Pluto barrier explode? I can't really tell right now. What I definitely can tell is if you pick up a pipe that's loaded with molten Tiberium or any of the other higher processed Tiberium things, that pipe will then spawn Tiberium on the ground. Like if you pick it up, the contents of the pipe will spill on the ground and it will make Tiberium ore appear on the ground. Which it of course itself can grow into a whole new Tiberium patch. So you have to be kind of careful about that. There's a whole bunch of things that have happened in here already that I'm kind of surprised about, and I do absolutely enjoy it. How about you over there and you over there? Here we go, and there we go. I should at least start part of the Tiberium process. Yeah, I didn't really put the curse in there. How to put it? I don't really feel it's as cursed as it might be. It feels pretty normal, actually. I might already be too deep into the bend of Factorio, of Mother Factorio, that I don't feel the curse anymore. What? It's... Ah. Alright. Well, let's get this process of being going for a bit. Ore refining over here, the molten Tiberium into Tiberium. Do you actually also make extra pollution? Pollution is 12 per minute, that should be fine. You turn that into multi-phase oil. Multi-phase oil over there will be turned into crude oil as well as the other oil over there. Perfect. That then comes in over there, and then it all comes together. That's pretty decent. Since I'm not quite sure yet what we're going to be doing with it, maybe it's a good idea over here to just make like an impromptu buffer over here. We still got all this space over there to make a power plant out of it, or whatever we're going to use out of it. At the moment, we're just turning it all into oil and oil-related products, which I guess is fine. But we could definitely set this up and maybe even think about exporting it. We can still put train stations over there or train stations over there. Liquid stations are the easiest one to put down because you can basically place them wherever the fuck you want. Because pumping liquids around is really not that hard. But at least get like some of this ores over there processed. That's the most important part, because this field over here keeps on growing. And if we don't harvest it, it'll grow underneath our miners and will grow everywhere. And so at the moment, the best way for us to kind of like keep our growth at bay over here is by just using it the entire time. But that blue Tiberium is taking over this entire green field quite intensely. So we might need to figure something for that out sooner or later. But this seems to be going fine. But we can already tell. We have to pick this guy up. It's gonna be. Maybe one of these is fine for now. But let's stockpile that stuff a bit more. I think that's a great idea. We need a whole bunch of these for that. We have not automated those tanks yet, so how about we do that as well? Hey, you. Can you start automating the Jack's pressure tank, please? What do we need for that? Nothing special. And can you make up to like 50 of them? We're starting to pick that up. Use a bot instead of a bunch of mining drills. I don't think it will change it by using a bot or something like that. Because things will still just spill on the ground. I think it's more a mechanic that is independent of us doing it or a bot doing it. Alright, you're getting the stuff at least. That is good. While we wait for that stuff to come together, I can already see that we got a whole bunch of other things available over there. But the bot won't get damaged, that is true, but the stuff will still spill on the ground. I mean, we would still need to think, save that stuff somehow. Alright. The thing we should probably do first over here is maybe not the more advanced iron processing. We also have got the more advanced manganese processing, right? No, we don't. Was that not part of the tag? Ah, there it is. So we don't have this one yet. But there's also, of course, the manganese pellet processing, which... Oh, that requires natural gas. Not a lot, just a bit. But we can use the natural gas all the way up north, we have found. Also, it does actually require full-blown natural gas. Not raw gas, natural gas. It's kind of surprising, actually. But this is a way for us to then turn the pellets into manganese oxide. And then the manganese oxide over there with some sulfuric acid... We can turn them into manganese cathodes. We also get iron hydroxide out of that. We also have to supply iron ingots. But at the same time, we can one-to-one convert those back by just cooking them up with some coke, and we get some carbon dioxide out of it. I guess that is fair. This is like a closed-loop process for the iron ingots. That is fine. So we just need to put up some kind of recycler for that. But with this, we can make the cathodes easier, and then the cathodes will still be processed over there as they are over there. Good, but still, it would still make a lot of sense to still spend less iron over there and make it more efficient. So, sure, why not? Let's cut this real quick, and let's just wait for this belt over here to empty out. We can already see exactly what we need to do over here. We can already upgrade you. And the bot will do that for us, by the way. Okay, this is not moving at all. Move faster, please. And Maniac, thank you so much for being there. Have a good one. Also, that extra lime we need, we can get it from over there. That does kind of remind me of something. The amount of lime we're processing. I do hope the better walls will make this a bit easier for us. But the lime we need over there to process that, we're currently getting it from over there. And we can already see exactly what's going on over there. And that is that we're not making enough of it. So let's add some more to the automation over there. Okay, it does not connect. I'm getting paranoid about that thing accidentally connecting up. But what we need over there is going to be the washing plant number 1 and the washing plant number 2. Can also place 2 more of these real quick. And then I guess it's about time that we add like another row on top. Because there's a couple more things we're going to need. If we're already automating stuff over there, let's also automate the seawater pump. The normal offshore pump. Let's also maybe automate all the water related machines, especially if we want to move those waterworks around. What does the sluicer do? Can stick your fingers in, stored ores from sand. I don't think we need that. The cooling tower is probably a very good idea. The heavy offshore pump is... I think we can already do that. And I think it's an energized offshore pump to increase pumping performance to pump fluids from a body of water. Yeah, sure, why not? Also, yeah, this place over there, those 2 roboports alone just drain the power of the Mountaineer. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. But we basically need another set of this. Let's make it on the other side over there. Time to invade the continent solar panels? Maybe. Solar panels are also kinda hard to make. Will that be fine? That will be fine. Let's also do... I guess we can do this part over there as well. Don't need this. It'll be fine over there as well. I mean, the biggest problem is it's now fine over there. Okay, it's not fine. I was lying. But these roboports over there, these drain quite a bit of power. And they've got like an internal buffer. And once that internal buffer is satiated, it'll go back up. It's one of those weird Factorio things over there that you only see happen during times of a brownout. And it's not, well, we're a little bit more brownout protected this time around since we've got like split power networks. But this is about as much power as we can draw from our power plant. That's coming from over there. And this over there is pumping pretty much as it can. If we would be going any bit higher, all these power poles over here would explode. Is it supposed to be red? No, it will be green soon. But yeah, we can't really pull more power out of this over here because this is just how much it can go for. But it should be... yeah, it's green now. It's just that when buildings draw power in Factorio, they usually tend to draw way power in relation to how much buffer they have available. And if we just can't provide power fast enough, they kind of brown out each other. It's just like this big open draw that's causing some issues. But it should be fine now because now we're only sitting at 90 megawatts. Okay, we are very close to the maximum of our power usage. So we should definitely start using this over there for any kind of power generation. Literally any kind. Are you stuck over there? No, you're dead over there. Which means we should definitely focus on this a little bit more. But this over there is also going to be important. And let me guess, you're not? No, you are. What are we missing for these? These. What are we missing for those? Iron pipes. Where are we doing iron pipes? Over there. Yeah, we were working on that, and then we got distracted. Alright, so let's quickly fix this then. The bots will build this for us at some point in time. We don't need to worry about that too much, but we do need to worry about the lime over there. Pum pum pum. I don't have the undergrounds for it. Boo. What are we missing for that wood? I'm just gonna punch a tree real quick. There's some wood over there. Alright, but let's put these on the other side of the belt. So let's put them on the inside of the belt. There we go. Good. And then we should make enough lime over there to keep the process rolling. So that'll be fine. Oh, good God, the bounciness. Let's get the better iron process over there going. Pick up all of these. Notice that our inventory is full. And just dump a lot of stuff over there. Then take one of these, replace you, replace you. Take one of these, replace you, replace you. The beeping will stop if I ignore it, right? Okay, it's not. The beeping is always sounds like things are just exploding massively, but they're not. Here we go. Good. And now we got the pellet process over here, which will basically double the amount of plates we get out of iron ore. At least it doubles the amount of ingots we get of iron ore. The actual iron plates we get out of our iron ingots depends on which recipe we use over there. But this over here is at least the more advanced process for now. You got some issues. Ah. That doesn't work. What do we need for that? A bit of stone? Trees? We need trees more. There you go, we can make one. Well, I can already tell that we will probably need to pump out more iron out of this. The amount of... Okay, we are running out of iron, actually. That's... What? You know why we're kind of running out of iron? It's a very simple solution for that. It's because the amount of iron we pump in over here is not corresponding to the amount of iron we're pulling out of it. Which means we need to make a couple more of these. And for that we mostly need more iron plates. But I think... Let's make one of these real quick. I think we can just in-place update these. Twitch at least should be fine. Okay, now we're out of stuff. Okay, we do need more iron plates. And while we're here, upgrade these into red as well. Random spin of Dune, it can happen. Could also just be my multicast over here causing issues. Alright, random iron plates, there they are. Consume. Random tin plates, that'll be fine. And then a little bit of copper. Now we should be good. Alright, let's make sure that that iron belt over there never stops. Bum 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 bum. Over there, and then one more. There we go. I mean, it's not that we're not making all of that iron. We are actually backing up on all these side tracks over there on iron. But now we're pumping way more iron up north. So let's hope that this over here at least... it's almost out. That this one over there at least stabilizes. But I'm kind of thinking that it might be worth our time over here to actually have a second belt of iron going through here. I mean, most of our iron we're getting from this process over there. And this process over there is making up to 4 pieces of iron per second. This process over here, we could probably improve a bit. That's on the floor, that's fine. We don't really have any more advanced sorters. But we should probably upgrade this to like red sorters at least. That will give us an increment over there of 0.75, maybe even all the way up to blue. Because manganese is also very important over there. And then if we double their output, we will go up from 4 iron ore per second and 4 manganese to 8 each. Yeah, it could work. We should do that. We should make this blue. And for that, we'll need a whole bunch of materials. Do we already have this automated over there? Sorting machines. I see casting machines. I see crushing machines. I do not see sorting machines yet. I guess it's about time that we add sorting machines. Even if we already have sorting machines in there, having more of these will probably be fine. There we go. You can't unsee the quark strip move. I'm so sorry about that one. It's burnt in my mind as well. Do we need to worry about this? No, not really. At a higher speed, we'll be eating... Okay, this needs to be a yellow belt, and we need to make up to 16. We're making up to 18 at the moment. That's fine. How much of those better walls do we already have? 182. That's not really a lot, so let's keep that spinning for a bit longer. But we got 2 of those Jax pressure tanks. Let's order some in. There we go. Good, good, good. Yeah, let's turn this off for a bit. I don't need to look at that. Good. Yeah, this entire process over here is currently kind of asleep. Mostly probably because we're backed up on naphtha. Yeah. Alright, but let's set up like a small storage area over there. And some kind of pipe interface. If I would put down train stations anywhere, I guess it would be over here. So we're gonna set like a vertical pipe or horizontal pipe bar over there. And then the tanks over there. And will 10 Jax pressure tanks be enough for that? Probably. They are in my pocket, they are. So let's get to that. You over there, also get rid of you. No longer required. Iron ore is also something I don't really want to have in there. Nope. Neither do we call. At the moment we're doing like trash slots on an individual basis. At some point in time we're going to go to trash unrequested, but at the moment there's just too much random stuff going on everywhere that this seems to be a little bit more of a better approach in my opinion. Alright, let's start stockpiling some oil-based liquids out of Tiberium. Also, I brought some lamps. There we go. Alright, how many liquids will we be storing over there? We got one over there. That is the sulfuric wastewater. Acid gas, that's 2. 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. It's 8 liquids. Alright. That then also tells us how we need to do this. Not quite sure how we're going to be doing this yet. Let's just put the tanks down first. Don't build them. At a distance of 5 each. That's a distance of 6 now. That should be 8. That is 8. There we go. Well, we have over there somewhere. This of course is a little bit part of the problem now, but we can just do this by extending these out a little bit more. And then a little bit more after that. Just do it like this. There we go. These will also go downwards. We got some extra sulfuric gas connections over there, which we actually don't really need. We only need one of these. And I chose poorly because we need to connect the other one. Because this over there is going to be the sulfuric wastewater. Alright, start building these. Good, that will be all the liquids we'll be getting out of this. Let's make some kind of... well, I guess this is already our static interface. And then the only thing we need to worry about over there is how we get these further across. We can do this with these pluses over there. So you, and you, and you. You, and you, and you. We move these down by 1. There we go. And you get them all over there. Good. And now to make this go across left and right a little bit more cleanly. Let's do max distance over there. Let's go max distance over here, which is right over there. Good. Take this entire thing. Place one over there. Place one over there. Ignore the beeping, because where we go, we don't do beeping. Okay, ignore the beeping a little bit less. It's fine. Alright, there is one pipe over there that needs to be in there somewhere. I'm out of underground? I am out of underground. Alright, can we order up more of these then? Order up like 300 then. But we can also immediately tell that this over here can probably be a little bit closer than that. And actually, these tanks will probably... Let's go max distance for you real quick. We can probably spend one right over there, because we don't need much more space on this. And then one right over there. One right over there after we have done something like this to it. There we go. And then we'll figure out the rest afterwards. Alright, but it's about time we pick up some more pipes, I guess. So, back to base we go. Also, nobody distinct hello there. Sorry, I was concentrating again. Bum 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 bum. Mostly, I'm a little bit concentrating and a little bit in a hurry to get the Tiberium under better control. And even though, well, we will be using it for power, because we do need more power. Ultimately, I guess we are not really going to use it for base power. Maybe just for auxiliary power or something like that. But we definitely do need to work on power, because this thing over there is crying. And we're about to reach our maximum power usage. So some kind of power system we do need to set up. There's not a lot of walls missing over there. And I think we got ourselves at least a decent amount of new walls over there. So how about we introduce these new walls over there to the eastern wall? Actually, not even... Ah, it's gone now. Do you do in-game names for this run? I mean, now we could probably think about doing that, because now we got bots for this. And we should. I kind of ignored the last 3 of them, because I was kind of a little bit annoyed that I had to do it by hand. And I'm always annoyed doing it by hand. But I'll tell you what, let me just finish off this power plant real quick. Or at least this Tiberium processor for a bit. And then we can start thinking where we're going to be placing some names in the game. Because I think it's about time. Please add me eventually. Ah, God damn it. Now you're pressuring me into it. Oh. Yeah, let me finish this up real quick. And then let's also make sure that this wall over there stands a bit further. And then we're going to start placing those names everywhere. Because I do miss those names. It always looks amazing when the names are on the map. But if I have to do it by hand the entire time, and not that the bots take care of it, then we would get even less shit done. I didn't say no. That's very true. I did not say no. You are very correct about that. And I do want to do it. I still feel a little bit bad about not putting those in those other names that already got requested. And it's part of it's part of why you stream, isn't it? Because I always say that the thing I like the most is interacting with everybody on Twitch, and then not doing something like that is absolutely counterproductive. Lava boy, hello there. But how about the following? We should put in some kind of better routing for it, because those names in the games always come in at the weirdest of times, and most of the times when I'm super duper concentrating. So I'm kind of thinking of maybe, and I think we did something similar in the past, but maybe it will be for the best if names in the name in the game and stuff like that will be done at the end of the stream. Like the last half hour or something like that, we just dedicate to like putting names in the game. Because then I don't... You are Clap? Oh, that's the emote. I was... the activity feed doesn't do emotes. I was a little bit like, what the fuck are you? It does say not right now. That is also very true. But you know how things are. When you want something, you always want it now. I know myself best because I'm one of those people. Alright. We don't need more over there, but we do need more of this over there. Alright, and then let's just make sure that we have the other connections over there done as well. So we got you done. So we'll need you over there somewhere for the fuel gas. This is not matching up as well as I thought it would. We can do some more over here. Like, for example, you over there. Done. And how about we do you over there? I still need to pick up some undergrounds, though. Done. Do kind of dislike it a little bit that these tanks are now all over the place. There's not that much liquid in them yet. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's redo these tanks. Sorry. Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's make sure that we got, like, the horizontal bar in first. And then we focus on where we're going to store the stuff. Guess what happened yesterday? You grew a magnificent horn, and now you're horny all the time. Wait, that sounds horrible. I hope something good, because the only thing I can do is make fun of stuff. So, I'm a boy. Did something good happen? And if something bad happened, it'll be fine. But if something good happened, tell everybody. Here we go. Here we go. And then, what is this? That is nothing. Wait. This is very wrong. That should be sulfuric wastewater. There we go. Alright, at least we got all the liquids over here now lined up. And we can tap into them whenever we need to. I do kind of dislike how this looks. Here, go down a little bit more. If you stopped at you grew, you would be correct. 33rd revolution around the sun. Nice. For another 66 to come. You're gonna be 100, mate. It's gonna suck to live that long, but you're gonna be 100. Congratulations, mate. Alright, alright, alright. But once you're like 90, think of all the grandmas you could do. Okay, it's gonna be horrible. It's gonna be absolutely horrible. I guess that's why men die early. They're gonna be like, alright, the women my age are all grannies? Nah, I'm just gonna leave. Where's the next window? I'm gonna defenestrate myself. Yeah, half a century plus 1? Congratulations as well. Half a century is also a lot. I'm not even that old. I'm so far off that. Well, not too far, but... Alright, alright, alright. Aw, it looks so much better now. Good. Yeah, we still got some... Actually, the amount of blue Tiberium we have in here is not really that much. There's a little bit in there, but not that much. But it's starting to turn blue everywhere, so that's a thing we need to take care of. And you're half a century in -8... half a century -8 and 6 state. That's the perfect age. Good. Alright, that science for the air is not really moving as much as I wanted to. Also, I was kind of thinking, like, when we just sit around for a bit, we get the pipes in our pocket. We didn't get shit. There's still 4. Not that we actually need them right now. Actually, we do need a couple to put in the tanks, at least. Pipe to underground is really not doing anything at all. And the biggest issue over there is the same issue we had with the steel. That most of those iron, almost the iron over there, is just going into the chest over there. So we need to stop doing that. Can we just read and hold this belt? And you are only going to be enabled... How much belt is this? 8. So 64 items can be stored on it. So iron plate. Here it is. You only activate the iron plate over there is above 50. Same for you. That way, more iron plate goes down over here, and then also hopefully over there. Which means, I guess for now, we're just gonna have to pocket craft this real quick. How many pipe to underground can we pocket craft real quick? 21? That will probably be enough. It was funny when you hit the quarter century. I told my aunt I could see the light in her eyes dim a bit. Oof. Oof. Oh. I usually, I'm at that age when people ask my age, I usually answer, what year is it? Because I'm not keeping track of any of it at all anymore. Here we go. Park it over there. Map. And then we're gonna start putting down the tanks again. And let's put them mostly over here. So 1, 2, 3. We could do them in blocks of 4. And then another 4 right over there. How about that? Good. That's a sulfuric wastewater we technically don't need to store. I'm just doing it right now, just so that we can keep the process of it going. Yeah, you do the bottom 4. And you do the top 4. Well, something's being grilled. I'll be right with you. Don't worry about it. The wall will hold. I got trust in the wall. See, the bleeping stops. At some point in time. How bad is it? Not at all. Wait, that's a different beep, isn't it? That is a different beep. There you go. Alright. At least now, we got storage for all of these. And we can just let this over here just do his thing for a bit. There we go. There's one thing we also need to do over here, and that is deal with the residuals, because we've not really taken care of those at all. We can just drop the residuals all over here. I do hope I've got enough splitters for that, but to be perfectly honest, I'm pretty sure we don't. I got 0. Can I make some? No. Seventh decade of life starts in a few weeks. Congratulations, mate. Alright. So, let's also get that stuff out of there real quick. We're just gonna stockpile it over there for a bit. And at least then we got Tiberium into full-blown oil processing done over here with 1 line of Tiberium. It's probably gonna be 3 full yellow bots of Tiberium going down over there. With some faster inserters, we can probably also consolidate that belt a little bit. But then at least we are now using up more of our Tiberium. And we can always use oil and oil-related products. Do you need more silos? Yes. Yes, we do. Alright, once again, what we want to pick up over there? We want to pick up everything we need over there to make some splitters. Do we got maybe some splitters over there? We do, 12 of them. I'll take those. And those 4. That should be at least enough to finish up that belt-based operation over there. And then we don't need to worry too much about the current usage of our Tiberium for a bit. And then we can start thinking about using it for power. Put that thing over there, please. Thank you very much. The other ones will connect over there as well. So we just do this. We do that. And we do this. Get it with this and that. Here we go. And then the lamp, and the lamp. Good. That's the residuals. Residuals don't really come out that much. So you can already see the belt over there is already clearing up quite a bit. Did I just see power flicker? Yes I do. Alright. So, yeah, I think working on power is definitely the highest priority of all of them. If we have a look over here real quick, we can always see we've got like 20,000 naphtha, methane gas, ethane gas, butane gas, and then not a lot of the other ones over there. You could hit 18 warehouses for Tiberium only. Oof. The power flickering over here, that's not really because power is low. The power flickering that's happening over there is because the power junction over there does not have big enough of a buffer. So we just need to increase that buffer for like a little bit. That can be done with one of you and one of you. There we go. That should at least stabilize this over here a little bit, and the flickering stops immediately. Alright, thinking about using this for power now. The naphtha priority. We also got this thing over there, which will make us some coke and stuff like that. Okay, I have to precision cut this, because some of the places are a little bit too close to the power pole. We can make the cook machine for... Yeah, we can make the cook machine right over there. Or we can make it over there. I think over here will be better. Place it over here. It's the same cook machine as we have over here. Pum pum pum. So we can connect you up to the same kind of mechanics over here in terms of purified water, like you over there. So we connect the purified water from the top. Yes, that will be fine. And somebody did a bad copy-paste job over there. Here we go. Good. We don't need this. We don't need that. And then the sulfuric wastewater can go out to south for all I care. Just push that back into the general system. It will take care of it for now. We do need a water pipe connection over there. We've got water over there. So the only thing we will need over here is... Let's move you over by one. Oh. Oh, that kind of sucks. I should not pick those up. Oh, I can't even Control-Z that. Oh, yikes. Yeah, let's place you over there. That kind of made it worse. I kind of wanted to make an underground over there, but that's no longer working. I have to be careful about that stuff. I guess we can grab some more Tiberium from over there. A normal belt will be enough. Pom pom. And I still kind of want to play some more Command & Conquer in my off time at some point in time, especially the Tiberium sagas. There we go. Well, I guess we can just do this belt like this dandy over there. Let's do it like this then. I forgot, it hurts. Here we go. This is technically now using power of the power plant, but I think it's fine. Alright, that will make the coke that we need. We just need to pick up the liquefiers for this. As well as one Tiberium centrifuge, which we have not automated yet, so we have to make one of those in our pockets. But that will make the coke that we need to make the solid fuel that we want to do. Alright, how's the belt consumption over there? It is apparently eating a full yellow belt. I'm kind of surprised about that. But I guess it's fine. Molten Tiberium over there is also not too much. This thing over there is doing a good job over there of keeping the Tiberium sludge in check. You're turning all of that into crude oil, which is being consumed at a fast enough pace. Perfect. And you turning that into all kinds of fun oil-based products. Good. And we only got one of the 3 over here running. We could maybe make 4 of them if we move the train line over a little bit more, but I think 3 of these will be fine. Good. And then stuff over here is slowly filling up. Does this actually have a burn value? No, it doesn't. The sulfuric wastewater we could technically just connect up with this system over there as well. But that will be then more for soon. Alright, liquefiers. I think we're only making up to red automated, right? Where are they? Yeah, they are. We got some red automated ones. I'll pick up some red ones. This process over here does not need to be running at full speed. We could even pick up... Yeah, let's do like a temporary section over there. Let's pick up the yellow one over there, because it doesn't need to be super duper fast. We only need like one of these. One of these. And how about we ask for like 8 red liquefiers. And 1 assembly machine. We're just gonna pick up by hand. Also, we should take the car. Those Tiberium containment coils are almost ready to go. That's good. At least the tech is gonna be coming in soon, because at least then we can contain the fields we have growing inside our base. There you go. And then we also don't really need to worry about mining it too much anymore, because then we can just put down like a full mining field in there and just run the containment on the outside and just let it sit. Alright, I never really checked, but what do we actually need to make these for? Fuck, we need gold. Alright, gold! I fucking love gold! Where do we get gold from? Which one of these ores is giving us gold? Rubite has some gold in it, as well as bobmonium. Of course it is. And the cupric dust advancement over there also has it in here. But I guess we're going to go for the rubite then, because the rubite is something we have a better source of under our control than the bobmonium. I mean, I'm glad to see that we're making some bobmonium over there. We got 4.8 thousand over there. But all in all, the bobmonium over there, yeah, it's not that much. I'm actually more surprised that we're still kinda having issues here with Sapphirite. Ah, I see why. The geodes. The geodes are everywhere. Let's put in a deep storage for that as well. Geode processing is also something that we need to do fairly soon. I mean, I'm fine with a bit of a deep storage over here. It doesn't really cost us much, and it's just like here. It's pretty much this over here. Pretty much represents my state for it. Me. Oh, what's being eaten? That's fine. Nothing important is being eaten. And those are bots that are being in afterwards. Good. But yeah, we're really filling up with geodes over here. That's actually pretty good because these geodes are very useful. And we should start using them. I think we can also turn the geodes into mineral sludge, right? Oh, where is it even? Is that... Where would that be? Is it in here? That is in here. So... Yeah, we can. We can turn the crystal slurry into mineral sludge to just make more minerals out of it if we would want to. We just slurryfy all of the crystal slurry. And then instead of turning it into like a crystal seedling over there, we can just turn it into mineral sludge and either turn it back into random ores. Not really random ores, but like somewhat targeted ores over there. But then again, I'm pretty sure that we should really focus over here on making ourselves these emeralds, stuff like that, and all these crystals, because they are going to be important in any kind of laser-based processing, which is going to be a couple, like laser weapons mostly. But the gemstones over there are also going to be in modules. Let's have a quick peek at all of the gemstones real quick. Like the polished ruby, for example, is going to be used in speed modules, efficiency modules, and then the pollution modules, which I don't really care about too much right now. The sapphire is part of the prot module. Is also part of the efficiency logic board, the pollution. I guess these are for the more advanced modules later on. They're also part of the better laser turrets. The emeralds over here are going to be part of the quality circuit boards. Those are probably by far the most important ones. Also part of some of the better laser processors over there. Some of the fission reactors also apparently require them. Some fission cells here and there. The amethysts over there are mostly going to be used in the more advanced prot logic board. We need these advanced ones for the prot mods Mark III and stuff like that. Yeah, that'll be fine. Don't need to worry about those too much. The topaz is going into the quality logic board. Nice. I want to see more of that. And then the diamond is going into diamond pickaxes as well as more quality, productivity modules. So we do kind of want to turn all of these into gemstones if we can. Good. Now there's, I think, 2 ways to do that. We turn it into crystal slurry. Turn the slurry then into seedling. But wasn't there also an alternative seedling recipe? Or something else to do with that? Like... Yeah, let's think about this real quick. Crystal slurry. And then crystal slurry into crystal seedling? Maybe not. Maybe I am misremembering it. For some reason I thought you need to combine crystal slurry and crystal seedling stuff together to make stuff. But I might have just been completely misconceptionized about that. That's fine. That's perfect actually. This makes it way easier. So we just slurryfy the stuff and then we can just make the gemstones that we want out of it. At the moment I guess we're just going to make them all in an equal manner, like one of each. But I guess later on it will be a little bit more targeted. But I guess one of each will be fine. We can also make the crystal catalyst over here. The crystal catalyst is also an excellent thing to have if we want to make some of the more advanced targeted ore recipes with combining things like chunks and stuff like that. Especially if we want to make things like a lot of aluminum and stuff like that out of chunks. This could be very good later on. There's also, of course, it's part of the hybrid catalyst. And the hybrid catalyst, I think, is then for the most advanced combination recipes over here, like rutile and stuff like that. We have to think about that if we want to go down that path. I still personally prefer to just keep sorting ores and either activate or deactivate certain ore sortings. But we can do that either way. But most importantly, gold! Which does mean that we need to process our rubite better. Now, we're already... Oh, we're not. Rubite is the one chunk we're not doing over here yet. Really? I thought for sure we would already be doing at least rubite chunks, but no, we're not. Kind of surprising. So, rubite chunk processing will be all the way at the top over there. And we're going to do it the same way over here as we do over here with the crystals. Because for rubite... I hope it works exactly like that. Let's have a quick peek at that. That's not how we do this. There we go. Rubite is making nitric wastewater, and rubite chunks over there we can then turn into crystal if we douse it into nitric acid. Nitric acid, we will need some nitrogen dioxide gas, and nitrogen dioxide gas we hopefully can get from... maybe not. Maybe it will not be as easy over here as we did it for the other processes. Let's go one step backwards one more time. So, rubite, you're making then nitric wastewater. Nitric wastewater over there can be turned then into sodium nitrate. Sodium nitrate over there we can then turn into... we can turn sodium nitrate straight up into nitric acid. There we go. We just douse it in some sulfuric acid, and I think that will be fine. But 5 sodium nitrate makes 40 acid. I guess that's fine. And then 100 nitric wastewater makes 1 sodium nitrate. And of the rubite chunks, yeah, it's gonna be a bit different over here, I guess. So 4 rubite chunks make 100 nitric wastewater. 100 nitric wastewater will make 1 sodium nitrate. 1 sodium nitrate will make 8 nitric acid. 8 nitric acid is just not enough to process 2 chunks. So it's not exactly the same 1-to-2 ratio as the other one. It's similar, it's close enough, but it's not exactly 1-to-2, which is a bit of a shame. But nitric acid is definitely something we can make easier than fluoric acid, so it'll be fine. Also, since I kind of woke up late, I guess we're going to be over-streaming today a bit, because I don't really feel like stopping right now, so we're just going to continue. Also, still have some names in the game to put down. Not forgotten about those. Also, it's Easter. Okay, most people need to get back to work again tomorrow. Yeah, you guys will be fine. Now, let's go for like a little bit longer, because I don't really want to stop right now. I kind of want to get some more stuff done. Alright. So, gold processing is definitely not something we're going to be doing today, but I kind of want to get, the power plant over here done is going to be important. Perfect. That is done. Let's, 2 options over here. We could also just, that's not gold. Kind of thinking of maybe just letting science back up for like a little bit. Just kind of looking at what is available over here. Or maybe at least trying to get some good upgrades. Like, for example, substations, but they will probably be a good idea. Steam turbine will probably also be a very good idea over there. I thought Easter was Sunday. I've got no clue about what Easter is. Pump jack research. Powder metallurgy over there. That's a good one. That will open up a whole bunch of more advanced things over there for us. Yeah, we should be on the outlook over here for all of these casting recipes, especially the advanced gold casting and stuff like that, because we can't even do gold yet. I mean, we can, but at the same time, we can't. We don't have the tech for it. Alright. Easter was yesterday? Okay. Who knows when Easter is? I don't. I can see one thing, though, that there's a little bit of tiberium ore peeking through right over there. I have to do something about that. I'm actually not quite sure if tiberium ore will actually grow if it's not connected to, like, a node. But I'm not risking it. I think there's also... Oh, no, that's a dude. I thought it was tiberium ore. There's just a dude jacking it over there. Alright, fair enough. Oh yeah, we're working on this one over there. And if you got colored eggs and chocolate, then Easter can be whatever you want. I should check the supermarket tomorrow. Because, like last year, and actually no, a couple years ago, I think at least 3 years ago already, they had like Easter wear on super discount, like 99%. I just bought myself 10 Easter bunnies. And I was like, yes, worth it. I was very nauseous that day. The 2026th day of the 4th month in the year of the 50th. Wait, that's Fermi. What the fuck? Alright. I was kind of hoping we'd get one of these, but we don't have one of these. So, pocketcraft that. And we got those. Chemical plants. Why did I order up chemical plants? Well, I guess we got those now. We wanted the liquefiers. Discount candy. You can't go wrong with discount candy. Alright, we need to make one Tiberium processor in the pocket real quick. One of these or these. For this we need some more concrete. We don't really have concrete over here. I know where to get concrete. Unless there's still some concrete over there. There's still some concrete over there. I'll take that concrete. And then we will need some iron plate. That's not enough iron plate. That's enough iron plate. Good. To at least finish off this part over there. And then the most important part. We've been building power plant parts over there for quite some time now. Oh, we got 95 of these. That's good. Heat exchangers, we got the 50 that we need. Heat pipe is also backed up in there. Excellent. We got 200 steam engines. The turbines would be better space-wise, but the engines are also fine. So we can definitely make the power plant, or at least a partial plant. Sorry, didn't see you there. Park it up. All right, let's get you going first. Can we just downgrade these? Oh, we can. Ah, guess who got the assembly machine? Actually, no, I got the assembly machine. There we go. But guess who forgot the yellow underground? I can make a yellow underground. Good. That will be the coke that we need. And then we can think about making solid fuel in this corner over here, in my opinion. So, we did bring at least the chemical plants for that. They're still fine. Nothing to worry about. Good. So, let's double check for one of these. Yeah, we got 6 of these in a row. They're all running at a decent efficiency. So we're making 50 naphtha per second. You over there, if we want to turn this into solid fuel, you require a little bit more than 50 naphtha per second. That is good. We got that. At the same time, we can think about exporting the fuel oil later. We're making... let's just check over here. We're making 30 fuel oil per second. Let's place you over there. And you turn fuel oil over there into fuel. You need 28. What do we say? We make 30. So we need 2 of these at least. You make the fuel oil. You use fuel oil. You use heavy oil. Then we got one more machine we can add to the mix. And that is the methane. That will be you over there. And we definitely make more, or we definitely use up more methane over there than we are making over there. So that is good. And then things like the ethane and the butane will process separately. And the base mineral oil over there, we're probably going to be turning that into fun things like lubricant. And then from lubricant, we're going to go into coolant mostly. So these will be the machines that we need the most of. I don't even think we need reach for this. Because the coke belt will be coming in over there. Here we go. The coke belt. Huh? Oh, I see what happened. Oh, that's kind of disgusting. Yeah, just redo all of these. I really dislike it that this button over there overrides blueprints as well. And we just sometimes end up over here with something that just makes 0 sense. I don't know if we yellow belt for this. We can just slow as white belt this. You never used that? Yeah, we can just press Ctrl L on it. I should probably do that more often. Because this is very error prone, this entire process. Or Shift L, whatever it was. That other thingy. Alright. You go to there. Connect it up. Connect that up. Now the methane is over there. Yeah, we'll just go around. Good. Alright, and now we need to come up with some kind of priority over here. So these are equal. So they go on the half and half belt. We make less of you. So we take you as a priority. And then we take most of this over there first. Put you over there and do this like this. That's kind of neat. Look at that. And that's going to be our solid food output. Alright, that's about... It's kind of hard to tell how much we're actually doing over there. And that's also the part where I'm still a little bit conflicted about how big of a power plant we're going to be making over here. We could just let it run for a bit. You know what? Let's do that for a bit. Let's just let it run for a bit. Let's make a chest over there. Put you over there. Maybe put that 2 chests. Alright. Apparently we're making so much. Okay, now everything's moving. In the meantime, what's being eaten? We're fine. Alright, make sure that everything over here is moving. Since this is the only place where we're making solid fuel at the moment, we can just check over here real quick and just go like solid fuel. And we just check over like the last minute. this bar over there. What is this? Why is this called solid? Well, it doesn't matter. We can tell we're stabilizing. But it's not the accurate number, is it, right? Because our storages of our occupied liquids are now going down. So this is more or less the maximum we can make right now. And this is incorrect. We would technically need to let it run for a little bit longer than that. At least until the methane gas over here runs out. Because this will give us a fake number. This is not really what we know about. So I guess the best way to do it is just to do the hard calc. We do the full calculation one more time. So we're making definitely 50 naphtha and 30 fuel oil per second. And 50 naphtha per second, that means we are making 1 solid fuel per second. 30 fuel oil per second, that means 50 or 25 is 1. So we're making 1.2. Yeah, so we're making 2.2 over there, and then a little bit on top from over there. How much is a little bit on top from over there? Well, 50 methane gas per second would be 1. How much are we actually getting out of this? We're getting this in at a rate of 30, so you're getting it in the rate at 24? Right now, that's we're halving it down, or we're not halving it down, we're getting 20% less. So if you put in 30, you're getting 24. And if you're getting in 24 per second, you're technically turning that into, we can just assume that 12.5 is fine. Actually, 12.5 is a perfect number for us to calculate with. Because 50 per second makes 1. 12.5 makes a quarter per second. So that 2.2 over there, we're making 2.45. We can close our eyes and be very generous and say we're making 2.5. But we're more at the range of 2.4. So let's say 2.4. Then if we take 2.4 per second and multiply that with the fuel value, which is 12,000, then we get a total fuel value out of 28,800. It is 12,000, right? It is. So 28,800. And then we go back to our solid fuel burners over there. One of these eats 2 megawatts. So it will be able to supply 14 of these. That's 12. That will be 16. Since we'll be running these in bursts, I think 16 will be fine. Well, you can already see the issue over here. It's for the amount of effort we're putting in over there. Compared to just turning it into coal, then into coke, then into pellets. We're not really getting a lot out of this, are we? Either way, we could just place this right over there. We're gonna take some heat pipes. I guess there will be something else right next to this. Because we will also be burning off, not really as efficient as we can, but just burning it off to get rid of it. Our propane and our ethane and our butane. Ethane has a power value of 390 kilojoules. Don't the pellets also have... No, the pellets have 15. The pellets technically have way more power. But the pellets require 5 pieces of coke. Whereas this over there requires less. Meat pipes? Oh, you filthy, filthy, filthy mind. I can fully understand that. Where are the other power plants we're looking for? These ones over there. They got a constant consumption of 2 megawatts for liquid consumption. Alright. I'm actually not quite sure why I'm using heat pipes over there. We might just place them back to back over there. These lads over there, each one of these eats power at a rate of 2 megawatts. And now we need to do some funky calculations real quick. If we go all the way over there to... Where are they? They're basically in here. Methane gas. Every 1 unit of methane gas over there is 390 kilojoules. That's just like a single point of liquid. So 1 liquid is 390 kilojoules. That's actually a lot of energy. 390 kilojoules of energy. And then 2000 for the consumption divided by 390. 5. Each of these fluid burners will eat about 5.12 methane gas per second to keep operating. And we're making about 7.5. So we could run at most 2 of these. And even then, they will be running kind of terribly. Good. And it will get like a little bit of neighborhood bonus, but it's not gonna be a lot. And now the same thing over here for the butane. Butane gas has 710 kilojoules, so it's gonna be again 2000 divided by 710. So they eat it at a rate of 2.8 per second. I'm reading that correctly, right? Constant consumption 2 megawatts, yes. 2.8 per second. And we're getting out of this about 5. So again, it's about 2. So that would be the entire power block for one of these. We can make this a little bit more efficient by stacking these together. If we run the other ones, so we can move these around. This is kind of the reason why I can't put some heat pipes around here. It's definitely used for meat pipes. Yes, you can turn them into straws. You can also turn them into sausages. Well, if you think of anything else, that's on you. Sausages. Alright, alright. But we're definitely going to be using the Renai method of lobbing stuff in over there. With some throw wire inserters to make this thing over here operate. Which does kind of mean that... Did we ever automate the bucket? No, let's automate the bucket real quick. One bucket, please. I think we automated... No, we got the fast inserters over there. Oh, actually, we did automate the bulk inserters. I'm kind of surprised about that. Thank you, past me. But we did not automate the lobbing inserters. Well, actually, wait a minute. Thrower, bob, red inserters. Never mind. Past me comes to the rescue. Which means... where would they be? Thrower, inserter, bob, red. There we go. Is it F? It is F. But we have to place it down. Yeah, that's the other thing. To manipulate these, we have to place them down. We do got a range of them. So, I guess that's fine. Good. That would be something like this. Where do we place that? I guess we can start placing it over here. I kind of have the feeling that let's place it a little bit further down south. I have the feeling that our solid fuel production over there will only increase over time. Then let's get the buckets out. There they are. And everybody's getting a bucket. We'll have to pocket craft these real quick because we have not set up any kind of automation for them, but I think it's fine. I actually kind of like these buffers over here. We're going to keep them. Good. And then we're just going to sneak our way through here. There we go. Alright. One more important thing, and that is we're going to wire all of these up. You over there, you over there, and you over there. And... well, I guess it's fine. You over there, we're going to reach a temperature. Temperature signal will be coming out as the T signal. And then we're basically just going to be running the same modus operandi as these. If the temperature is below 500, throw some fuel in. And now that I've seen that we are actually doing some insert automation over there, let's order in some. Like, how about 100 yellows? We're still using quite a bit of yellow inserters because they're kind of useful. Nah, we're not really in the territory of blue inserters yet because things are just a little bit slow, but that will be fine over there at least. And also, let's order in some of these red thrower bob inserters so we can finish off this job over there. Good. Well, at least it will be something, alright? Alright, let's get the final parts in. Let's make that auxiliary power plant a thing. It's more an auxiliary power plant now because it's not really... It doesn't really fit the job description for like a main power plant like I kind of planned to, because I kind of thought that that oil processing we're doing over there for Tiberium would be doing way more than it's doing, but it's at least something. And that's more than enough. Also, while we're here, load up on some more of these walls. Ah, we got loads of these now. Keep those while they're back. Which means we're definitely going to fix up this wall over there real quick. And definitely that wall over there. Though this wall over here is kind of maintained. Look at that. The bots are doing a good job about it. Those few bots we have left over there. Alright, apparently we got all the inserters in here. The only thing we're missing over there is going to be some buckets. Bring me buckets. And then, while we're at it, let's also make the automation real quick for the other parts that we're missing. I'm just going to move over there real quick because I don't trust that power pole. And the parts that we're missing over there is going to be the fluid burners, which require all of this stuff, which we kind of have, I think. As well as the other fluid burner. There we go. Are they going to get power from over there? No, they're not. I'm staying away from you. Alright, you should be ordering in burner heat sources. We are definitely making burner heat sources. They're over there. It's fine. And do we already have the blue turbines? Oh, we do. Let's start making those as well. Is that power I see fluctuating over there? Oh boy. Did we put these things over there into... No, we don't. Two over there. You over there. Use a filter for both of these. One of these is going to be cobalt steel bearings. And the other one is going to be cobalt steel gear wheels. And then not too much. Maybe not something like this and that. There we go. I'll be fine. A little bit surprised to see that nobody's bringing over... Really? You don't have the material to make inserters? Out of iron gear wheels? Are you shitting me? Actually, are we doing iron gear wheels somewhere? Yes, right over there. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, it's getting dark over there. It's definitely about time that we start working on this power plant. Alright, I can definitely get this side over here done. That's the 16 that we need. Done. We're also going to need some boilers for that. What's the boiler ratio going to be? Basically, we're going to have 4 of these, making 2.8. Let's just get the calculator out real quick. 4 times 2.8. Plus the ones to the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Running at 2.45. Plus 8 times 2.45. And then the ones to the corner. plus 4 times 2.1 gives us 39.2, and we're gonna divide that by 10.8. 3.62. I think I'll just run 4 of them. It's not really that we're gonna lose any power if we run 4 of them, so we're just gonna convert stuff faster. Also, there we go. Why is my escape pod failing? Alright, so yeah, give me 4 of these, it'll be fine. Good, good, good. That is that. And then, technically, the amount of power we can produce over the year is then gonna be... If we got 4 of these, but we don't really have 4 of these, we just multiply this number over here by 120, and then we can get the amount of steam we make. We're making 435 steam units per second, and we divide that by 30. And we still get 14.5, let's go for 14 of these steam engine units, of which we have, I think, 0 in the pocket. So 14 of these, and they're making up to 2.7. Which gets us back to the 39.2 we originally started off with. Because there's no power loss in Factorio. Everything is perfect. Was it the StarCraft sound prompt? Yes. It's from the Villager mod we have installed. They do StarCraft sounds. And what they aim grill steak with juvenile carrots? Nice. I still got the flame cake in the freezer. I'm gonna eat after this. It's also the reason why we got these guys over here. You can barely see them, but we got some infected Terrans over there. Good. This is the important part. This is a secondary part, which we can build later. Alright, we got the buckets in place. Heat them up. There. What do we say? 4 of these? Well, perfect. Wait a minute. Did I? No, I took care of that. I almost thought I placed these on the other power plant in inappropriate places. Well, we can do this to fire this up. And then, what did we say? How many of these was it? It was 14.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8. That's 12. And then 14. But before we do it like that, one further down. So that we can put an equalizer right over there. Good. And now comes the important part, where this over here will be its own little power network. Not use these. Do not use those. Because this will be generating power. Which we could now feed back into this space over there. And then we flip it around afterwards. So you can feed your own power first, and then whatever you make extra, we send back. Only thing that's missing over here is a bit of water to get this entire thing going. Alright, water. Where's the nearest source of water for this? There's water over there. There's technically water right over there. I think we can use that. And there we go. Technically, this is a power plant. Practically, it's kind of tiny. Nothing compared about this one over here. Then again, that one over there has some other issues because I think the boiler to burner ratio is kind of off. Doesn't really matter too much because we do make it so that these power plants over there only consume the amount of power they need to. And we're not really losing any power. But it still feels kind of odd over here. Also, it will take some time over here for this power plant over here to actually heat up. But at least that part over there is going. So that's that. Let's see. If we now have a look over here real quick and we have a look in our fluids for naphtha. That's not how that works. Naphtha fluids. Yeah, at the moment we're actually consuming it faster than we're making it. So this over here will definitely slow down. So I guess that's fine. The only thing that's going to be gaining over here is going to be the base mineral oil, which we're going to be using for something else later on. Acid gas we can start to filter out for this system over there. Sulfuric wastewater. We can also turn that into something good. And then we still need to do something about the ethane and the butane. The methane gas over there is already kind of running dry over here. What we can already do over there is make this connection. One over there. And one over there. To burn off these other liquids over there. And then let's also order in some heat pipe while we're at it. And have a quick peek over there. Did we already make some of these? Well, I guess we would have if we would have an inserter. Our inserter now. The main issues over here. These over there still require more cobalt bearings. And alright, so let's just help those out real quick over there. But yeah, that power plant definitely way smaller than I expected it to be. But every little bit helps. It's another 50 megawatts, I think it was. 39.2 actually. Well, of which it's of course questionable how much we're actually getting out of that, because we're kind of spending quite a bit of power over there to make power. So some efficiency modules would definitely help quite a bit. We're also kind of close to uranium power. We can, I think, already research it. We're close to researching because we're not really making any uranium yet. So that's more or less the reason why we're not doing uranium power yet. But we don't really have the cool Covarex process yet. So we could run some power out of it, but all in all, it would probably be very inefficient. Alright, I do got some inserters in my pocket at least. Perfect. Here we go. Let's help these out real quick. I think there's no Covarex. Really? Let's have a quick peek at uranium. Yeah. There are some processes that are similar to Covarex. We get uranium processing over there, which is just your standard uranium process. And then we get nuclear power processing over there. We get 234, 235, and 238. So yeah, it kind of makes sense that there's no actual Covarex. There's the advanced one over there. But yeah, you're right. There's no such thing as actual Covarex. To make the fuel cells, we either need one uranium-234 and a whole bunch of 238, or one 235 and a bit of 238. Most of the uranium we make is going to be 238. 238, we can... Oh, there's also Angel's plutonium recovery in there? I don't even know about this one yet. Oh, this looks awesome! Wait a minute, there's a whole bunch of magic stuff in here. Plutonium? Yes, please. I have some duplicates of the Mad nuclear and Bob uranium stuff. That could be very much the case. But there's definitely some parts over here we need to take into account. So we can make... No, uranium hexafluoride we can process into 235, 238, and 234. Is that the only way to get that? We also get 234 at random. We get it also out of thorium processing. Oh boy, there's some stuff hidden over here. Do we turn the search off? It might be easier to look at it like this. There we go. We got thorium 232, curium 245, americium 241, plutonium 239, neptunium 240, uranium 238, 235, and 234. And then a whole bunch of processors attached to that. I think it might just be easier to see what we get out of it. But... So 1 to 29 ratio over there. And if we make it over there, it's a... Not really 1 to 29. We can still use our depleted uranium over there for ammo, right? Yes, we can. The plutonium, or the weak uranium is definitely used in some of the MOX fuel chains over there as well. It's part of Neptunium into... Neptunium over there is probably the way for us to get into uranium-235. That's probably going to be our Covarex, which is going to make some plutonium out of that. Plutonium, we can then combine into more plutonium, lead oxide, but by removing americium from it. Americium is the thing that we get from MOX fuel reprocessing. So after we use the fuel cell, we get... Okay, it's going to be one of those. I'm looking forward to that. Deuterium fuel cell, 80 gigajoules. Yeah, but that's for fusion power. Alright, we got 3 of these. We technically need 4 of these. Can we... What are we missing for one of these? We're missing one of these. We're missing... Can we get one of these, please? We don't have any of these. I can probably steal one somewhere. No, I cannot steal one from anywhere. We need some basic heat pipe over there. We need some steel. I'm just gonna steal some steel. You have this. Drop it in there. We're also getting some turbines already. There we go. Let's wait for you to finish up. There we go. Alright, that's all we need over there. That's going to be our 4 fluid boxes over there for this process over there. And then let's put those in there. I mean, with some turbines, we could halve this down. From like 14 into 7 or 8 turbines. But I'm kind of happy with that. The turbines, we're probably going to need more for like nuclear power. That's going to be making like way more steam than anything else. I need to check my sponsorship portal, I just remembered. Before the stream, I got the email. Let's do that actually real quick, because it might already be off. Code Green! Hey there! There's currently a sponsorship going on for vanilla Minecraft. Yeah, I'm taking that. We can play a vanilla hour of Minecraft for that money. We might do some stupid Minecraft this week. Probably on Wednesday. Oh, Monkey Wagon. Sorry, what? What about my girlfriend? I missed her so much. Oh, see, I saved her from the train over there. Don't worry about it. She can take a punch. She's one of those old-style fellas that just know how to handle a door handle. You know? Code Green, hello there. Thank you for the lovely raid. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted there by myself. But it's going fine. We kind of spent quite a bit of time over here today thinking about how we can use our Tiberium over here better, because our Tiberium over here was backing up quite a bit. It's also kind of turning blue. It's turning quite a bit blue, actually. That's going to be a whole nother issue, because blue Tiberium processing is a different process than green Tiberium processing. But I was kind of like, alright, how about we just take all of that green Tiberium and turn it into oil-based products, because that seems like a great idea. And then, since we're already making like so much power over here by just turning Tiberium into coal, and then from over there going into coke, and from over there going into coke pellets, then we can run this lovely power plant over here. We can probably make a way bigger power plant if we use like an oil-based approach for there, right? Right? Well, not really. It kind of turned out that this power plant over there is quite a lot smaller than the other one. But at the same time, I think it's kind of fine, because, how to put it? Yeah, it does consume 2.8. Actually, we can probably put down a little bit more of this. Or is this the butane one? That is the butane one. And then this one over there is the... We can just read the consumption over there. Good, good, good. Can you turn this Tiberium field into a map of Earth? Wait, what? I mean, what I do know is that... oh, hello there, Loot. That Tiberium is kind of making an aim over here for the Barbonium field, and it will infect this entire Barbonium field and will just completely destroy it. We got some massive Tiberium pollution over there as well as over there. There's also one creeping up over there, and who knows what this one is going to do over there. But yeah, it's a little bit of an issue, because it's kind of eating the fields out there if we don't take care of it fast enough. But that will be a problem for later. Okay, you're consuming about 5 of this per second, and we're making about 7.5. Yeah, that is inside of our calculations. So we got ourselves now a small based oil power plant over here, which I guess is fine. It's not really running like the full spectrum yet. We still have like 2 more rows over here, which we can enable over here as well. But it is at least eating a lot of Tiberium, so that is good, and we are at least making like a little bit of power out of it. But all in all, the amount of power we put in over here into processing it, and the amount of power we're getting out of it at the end over there, it doesn't really match up much. It's kind of a bit of a doozy, not gonna lie. It could be a lot better over here. But overall, it is power positive, so that is kind of fine. Only downside is, it kind of needs some time over here to heat up. We're now at 208 temperature over there. We need to get up to at least 500 for the inserters to turn themselves off. And we need to get up to at least 465 degrees Celsius over here for these boilers to start working. But all in all, it's fine. But guys, more importantly, we got raided by Code Green. And if you don't know who Code Green is, well, you might as well turn Code Red. Who might also be in chat, who knows. But nevertheless, be sure to check out Code Green. He's an absolutely amazing content creator, and not only that, he does a whole bunch of Factorium modding. So if you want to know a little bit more about that, you could ask him. He might just say no, but you can still always ask him. Code Green, what have you been up to? Tell me, tell everybody, tell what you've been doing, and tell what you're going to be doing next time. Good, 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 good. You came from a Code Green raid? Hello, welcome. Alright, but most importantly, this power plant over there, it might not really make much power over here to power up our base. But what we could be doing with this over here is to run over here the SRF emitter hubs. Because these things over here, can we ghost them together? Oh, we can. Yeah, it's max length for you. Let me just put this, okay, it does show up correctly. Oh, what? Okay, you cannot interact with them once you ghost them down. Interesting. These over there are containment pillars to contain the Tiberium ore, because the Tiberium ore keeps on growing. And with this, we can at least maybe lock down our Tiberium field over here, or at least put it into a more square form. Which we can then just let grow, and then maybe try to mine better. And we then don't have to worry much about it growing out of control anymore, because that's more or less the biggest issue that we currently have, it running out of control. But those power poles over there, or those, not power poles, those emitter hubs over there, they do eat 0.5 megawatts per hub, So if we have like 20 of them, that's like 10 megawatts of constant power, and that is quite a bit. Also, this is actually the perfect time to see how much power we are consuming over here, which is about 10 megawatts over here processing power to make about, what did we say over there? 14 of these. I think I still have it over in my calculations over there. Yeah, we're spending about 10 megawatts of power to make about 40 megawatts of power. So we got a 75% efficiency rate, which is not too bad, actually. I would have expected it to be way, 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 way worse. If you're playing a mod you made for April's Fool called Science Pack Galore 2, it adds 140 solar science packs. I remember the first one. And every technology unlocks a science pack and it's used for a subsequent technology. Nice. So you're basically going to have a move around like a million flasks at some point in time. Good. Alright. We're also playing over here with a fun power pole mod, which makes it so that power poles over here can only control or only transmit a certain amount of power. And if you go over that, they explode. Which is also the reason why we got these transformers everywhere, which kind of split networks apart. And these accumulators over there are just there to keep the power over here a little bit more stable. And Deep Rock Galactic, I'm kind of thinking about getting back into Deep Rock Galactic. It's been ages since I played it again. Do they go kaput? Oh yes, they do. Wait a minute, I can show you. Let me go over here real quick. It's also made it so that power poles don't connect automatically all the time, but sometimes they do end up doing that. But if I would connect this power pole over there with this power pole over there that's running like 100, it pops. It might not pop immediately, and sometimes it takes a while for them to pop, but if they pop, a lot of them will pop. And Season 6 came out a couple of months ago, a new biome, a new mission type. I have not played Deep Rock Galactic, I think, since Season 2 or something like that. It's a great game. Even alone, it's a fun game. But it's been a while since I played it myself. Kaput! Exactly. Kaput. Alright. We also got some new things to play around with soon. We finally got like a little bit of Popmonium going, not a lot, like that's really not a lot of Popmonium, but it's still better than none, because we're kind of making it from scraps over there. But the scrap machine over here seems to be running now at full speed, that is good. And we're also getting some Sephirite out of that as well. We do need to do something with our crystals or our geodes very soon, because these are backing up quite hard. Oh, these also have backed up. Oh, what the fuck, everything is backing up over there. Alright. We'll make one more deep storage unit. There we go. Good. There it is. You start on Volcanus because on Novus it's boring? How about starting on Gleba? It's the best place to be, alright? Actually, really, if you know how to play Gleba, you kind of notice that Gleba is probably the powerhouse of Factorio. Yeah, let's place you over there. Because only on Gleba you can start making legendary ores from scratch. Though it takes a lot of effort to do so. He deleted Gleba from existence? Ooh, you're missing out, my man. On Gleba, with the Bacterias, if you get the Bacterias all the way up to legendary, you are just going to start printing out legendary ores 24/7. And once you're at the state of legendary ores 24/7, then basically you don't really need to fuck around with quality anymore, because you'll just be living in legendary land. Good. Bob's and Angels is compatible with Space Age, for those who are wondering. But at the same time, it doesn't really bring anything to the table. So you sadly do not get any kind of cool Popmonium asteroids or something like that. Space casinos exist? I know. I made one. It ate about 30 UPS. And it was the biggest ever. Maybe even the first, I'm not quite sure. Though probably a lot of people came up with the same idea. I mean, I was also playing when Factorio came out when Space Age came out in early access. You made one? More like 5,000? Ah, it's such a UPS eater. I mean, we're basically done over here for as well. Shall we put it up real quick? It's been a while. Yeah, where's our space casino? I have to look at it every now and then. Factorio. Which one was it? Space Age? Space Age. Good. Let's have a peek at the old map real quick, because it's always very impressive to look at. Ask me later, please. Also, I do remember what we need to do right away. Oh, where is he? There he is. Ah, it lags. Why does it lag? You're there. Go to novice. Else, he's about to stand still. The moment he stands still, this entire thing explodes. I mean, yeah, we got some casinos, all right. This was such a fun playthrough. Like the first one we did, or the first one of Space Age that came out, and we ended up with this massive, way too big for itself, supersized casino. Oh, it still does the ding. I forgot about the ding. It does do a ding whenever it makes a legendary, but at the moment it's kind of asleep because the belt of legendaries is just completely and utterly blocked. Thank you for the... sorry about that. The ad break will be over in a second. You still have a nuclear reactor? Oh yeah, I think you have 2 auxiliary nuclear reactors. It's a platform, but it's about 1,500 in the game. I was running at 10 UPS with anything on the platform. Yep. And why did we do it? Because we can. Not because we should. Not because it's a good idea. Not because this is efficient. Not because this just looks fucking awesome. No, probably because this looks fucking awesome. We don't do things over here because they're effective. We do things over here because they're amazing. And if it will cost us all the UPS, I will gladly pay that price. Ah. It's just the arms. They can't keep up. The guns, they never stop. This is one of the reasons why I really, really, really enjoy Space Age, because shit like this is just fun. Especially these over there. I think we had some kind of problem, like mid-flight, and we only had like lasers ready, so we just put like lasers absolutely everywhere. Yeah, I'm looking very much forward to 2.1. I mean, once 2.1 comes around, we're definitely going to play a vanilla playthrough. Because I'm looking forward to that. And also the super massive fusion reactor. Laser turrets almost do nothing. It kind of depends. Laser turrets are excellent at dealing with the small ones. What I usually ended up doing. Yeah, you there, for example. Oh god, it lags everywhere. Like this is my standard design for like a trading barge. And I do have laser guns over there, but the laser guns are only going to be active if we are standing still. Which means that when we're parked somewhere, instead of spending ammo on shooting asteroids, we just use our lasers to melt them down. And also, after a while, after you've done like 10 levels or 20 levels of laser damage will also add up. Even though they do have a 99% damage reduction, at least the bigger asteroids, the small ones only have 30. Or something like that. And I don't think it's exactly 30, but it's less than... Where are they? They are over here, right? There we go. It's only 20. 20% is basically nothing. You can use your lasers to melt down the small ones over there without a problem. When you have your medium guns focusing over here on the medium asteroids, and of course the big asteroids over there, you're going to be using your rockets for. And then the chunky ones, yeah, the chunky ones get railguns. Because... yes! And lasers are pretty good once you get to more than 20%, 20 infantry research. They are! I mean, look over here. Even over here, we are melting down these bigger rocks. Even the big ones we are melting down over here. The only things we're not melting down over here are the very big ones. But we don't really care about the very big ones, because the very big ones die over there. And these over here, these are only there to keep our sides protected, because I just didn't care to put that ammo over here at all. And also, if we have enough of them, and they're all legendary, you can melt down everything. How much power do we use over here? It's been so long. Only 5 gigawatts? Boo. And I'm pretty sure we're not even using all of our fusion power plant over here. I think we could use way more over here. Is there an ETA 2.1? No. And even if there were, I don't think I would even tell, because... let's put it like this. Once the Factoria guys, once Root makes the announcement, you'll know, because then also I'll know. I don't really get to know much more beforehand. And now add the explosive power pole mods. For the platform Fermine, that won't be an issue, because there are no power poles in space. You mean this year, next year? I would expect it this year. I mean, the only thing you can take a look at, for example, is that a lot of bug reports are already getting closed with either fixed in 2.1 or gonna be fixed in 2.1. They're kind of moving away from fixing stuff into 2.0. You can also see that the update cycle for 2.0 has been reduced quite a bit. So one can expect it to be coming out maybe sometimes this year. I hope it will be coming out sometimes this year, because I want to play it this year. No, that is correct. So why are we only reading this one and not this one? Well, who knows? You removed the impact immunity from Demolishers once. It was fun to just crash into the big Demolisher to deal with a legendary tank and the full legendary legs. Oof. But what did we do on Gleba over here? This one over here, I was working on something over here at some point in time, and then I just kind of scratched that here. I think I was working on legendary fruit at some point in time, but I kind of gave up on that. But Gleba needs also... Yeah, I mean, once you do have Gleba going, Gleba is kind of fun as well. But since this was our first playthrough, let's put it like this. Where is it? We don't talk about this area anymore. Bad stuff happened over here. Very, very, very bad stuff happened over there. Also, what is this humming in the background? Do you hear that? Is that just a game? That is just a game. What the hell? Fulgora is also this massive thingamajig over there. I already came up with better solutions for what we've got going on over here, and this over here also looks very, very... Ooh. But since about 2.73 we're only getting like critical updates, yeah. Yeah, I already got some other better ideas for Gleba as well. I'm currently trying that out in my private playthrough, but yes, how does Aquila look over here? We got some trains over there. Aquila's not too bad. Got some stuff going up over there. One thing I did kind of notice, and I think I did that way too early over here on Novice. Oh boy, all of that. I remember all of these. Making like these mixed plants over here that can like do any kind of assembly. Like for example over here we're making like legendary wire, not rare. What was the other one? Epic wire and stuff like that. Stuff like that, I think we should no longer combine. I think I would rather just make multiple machines in parallel and just copy paste them over and then just dedicate them to one of the types. What's being eaten? No, Gleba's being eaten. Oh no, not Gleba! Is Gleba being eaten? No, Unicorn is being eaten. Something collided over there somewhere. We had a scrape. One thing I kind of want to know over there real quick. How much railgun bullets do we consume per minute? We shoot 3. Well, we also shoot some legendaries. We do shoot some legendaries every now and then. Can we combine them up? All merged. There we go. We shoot 3,500 shots per minute. That's a lot of DACA. What about ammo? Just straight up ammo. Wait a minute. Not this kind of ammo. It's called a magazine, right? There we go. Less. We shoot more railgun ammo than we shoot normal magazines. What about rockets? Okay, we do shoot like 15,000 rockets. Actually, more than that. Well, we don't shoot these. These we shoot. These we use to make these. But 15,000 rockets per minute. Just to keep this thing over here going. And I do like these things over there, because the one thing we did over here is, and that's actually kind of neat, this was also a legendary science maker, where we just made everything we need over there to make science in like a... Oh, we can't even see that anymore. In like a chunk optimized block. I think this is like 3 blocks on top of each other. And this over here just makes like one of each, like, or at least enough of each, so that we make enough science, like red science, blue science, green science, and everything. And it all comes back over here, where just then... I forgot how much random legendary stuff there is. Where we just make all legendary science. That was the main objective of this thing. Just make like all of the basic science legendary, and then bring it back home. Oh, the lag. I love it. But there's definitely already been like a lot more things I've learned about Factorio. How we could do even this over here way better. How I could do this over here better. And I'm already doing it better. It's all the reason why I kind of want to get back to like another vanilla playthrough. Because vanilla Factorio still has so much to offer. And you might think you know your way around. But practically, you could do so much better every damn time. Also, this was the one, well, this one is not too big. It's actually kind of small compared to the ones we make. But we do have the full German clover over here. The full 4-lane clover. Which is also kind of neat. Alright, enough about that. It's about, I don't know how late it is because I don't have a clock on this one over there. So we're going to get the fuck out of here. And we're going to say good night. Because it is about... I got no clock over here. Where's my clock? It is about 1 AM. Perfect time to call it for today. About that sponsorship, I'll have another read of it. I'll just accept it just now, and we'll just have to see what's going to happen over there. Can we rate NASA? What will happen if we rate NASA? Well, let's maybe not rate NASA. I see who we can rate. It's been a while since we've seen him. Also, shut up, game. There we go. Mojo is live. Let's rate Mojo, because Mojo is absolutely amazing. Mojo is an absolutely amazing man from Australia. He could also be a koala. I'm not quite sure. He could be one of the two. But they'll just ignore it? Most likely. Most likely. Would be kind of fun though. Like, hey there! Please check out this guy. Like, eh? It might also be that they have got rates disabled. Nevertheless, I'll be back with more Factorio tomorrow at 7 PM. I guess on Wednesday, we're now going to be doing a sponsored stream. I got no clue what we're going to do for that yet. I'm going to have to read through what the actual requirements are, but it pays a good of money, so I don't say no to that. Sadly, no jiggle physics this time, so we're going to have to come up with something else. We could maybe just boot up GregTech again. I have to try it. I have to see if it's going to be vanilla only or if I can boot up GregTech. If we can boot up GregTech, we'll boot up GregTech. Nevertheless, Wednesday, sponsor stream, at least for a bit, and maybe the entire evening, we will see. If not, then we're going to be switching back to Xenonauts. Thursday, more Factorio, and Friday, definitely more Xenonauts. Nevertheless, thank you so much for today. I hope you have an amazing time. Thank you everybody who left the follow. Thank you so much, Cook Green again, who left me a lovely rate. Maniac, thank you for the resub. Also, not thank you for the rate. Sir Welshi, thank you for the resub. Fermi, thank you for the resub. And Patas, that was the resub 4 days ago. Thank you so much for that as well. And without further ado, I wish you all an amazing evening. And until next time, good night.